Chapter 170. Now, Jun Xiaoyao could exert a force of 7 billion kilograms with just a raise of his hand. That was not including the power of the sacred body of the ancients. The space of the celestial region was very stable. So even if Jun Xiaoyao's divine power was shocking, it was impossible for him to directly shatter the void. However, it was different in the 10 lands of the lower world. The stability of the space of the Tianqian continent was far less than that of the celestial region. Therefore, when Jun Xiaoyao blasted out with one hand, the space was about to be shattered and the sky was trembling. A series of pitch-black spatial cracks tore through the air as Jun Xiaoyao's palm moved. How is this possible? Some of the local geniuses of the eastern Xian region were tongue-tied. In their minds, only strong cultivators who had stepped into the 9th level of the Saint Realm could shatter space with just a raise of their hand. But right now, this horrifying scene was happening to a young genius. Most importantly, they did not sense the aura of the path integration stage from Jun Xiaoyao. In other words, Jun Xiaoyao was not even at the path integration stage, but he could shatter the void. Jun Xiaoyao had completely overturned the worldview of the local geniuses of the eastern Xian region. The strength of the son of God of the Jun family is too terrifying. Even some of the geniuses of the celestial region felt their scalps tingle, let alone the local geniuses. They could not imagine how powerful Jun Xiaoyao would be after he reached the path integration stage. How is this possible? Lin Feng, who had lost his mind and was in a frenzy, felt a chill in his heart after feeling the terrifying power of Jun Xiaoyao's palm. It was as if he had been thrown into a 10,000-year-old ice lake in the middle of winter, chilling him from the inside out. Lin Feng also used his ultimate move to resist with all his might, but it was still useless. Boom! An earth-shaking roar came out. Jun Xiaoyao's palm slapped Lin Feng to the ground, and he coughed up blood. The surrounding ground shook and huge cracks like a spider web appeared. More than 100,000 cultivators around were all frozen like statues. In the past year, everyone had seen Lin Feng's strong rise, not to mention the local geniuses of the eastern Xian region. Lin Feng had even defeated many geniuses of the celestial region. Even so, Jun Xiaoyao didn't even bother using any special abilities. He was able to send Lin Feng flying with a single slap. This kind of direct and efficient suppression was too shocking. Young master's strength is really too strong. Nailin Ruwashi's beautiful eyes twinkled as she watched. She had fought with Lin, and she knew how strong he was. And such a powerful genius had been defeated by Jun Xiaoyao with a single slap. In front of me, there is no such thing as the main character of heaven and earth, because even heaven and earth will have to submit to me. Jun Xiaoyao stood in the air with his hands behind his back, his clothes fluttering in the wind. He lowered his head and looked at Lin Feng disdainfully as if he were a god looking at an ant. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Feng was lying on the ground like a toad. His body was covered in blood, his bones were broken, and he kept coughing up blood. Lin Feng had obtained all sorts of incredible treasures. His body had become stronger, and he had also obtained the strength of the world. That was how he had managed to survive. Otherwise, he would have been slapped to death by Jun Xiaoyao. Damn it! Lin Feng was furious. He thought he was the main character of the world. But now a noble person who could trample the world under his feet had appeared. He realized that he was still the same piece of trash as before. Lin Feng couldn't accept it. The difference was too big. No, I still have a chance. If I can find the other original strengths of the world, I can definitely surpass him. Lin Feng's blood-stained face looked ferocious. He had only obtained a small part of the original strength of the world. Even a small portion of it was enough for him to become so monstrous. If he could obtain the whole original strength of the world, Lin Feng was convinced. Surpassing Jun Xiaoyao and even killing him was definitely not a dream. Just you wait, I will kill you. Lin Feng's eyes twitched ferociously. He took out a talisman, and empty space strength surrounded him. He was about to jump into the empty space. As one of the 10 children that defied the natural order, he was also the main character of the Tian Xian land. He had obtained many treasures and opportunities in the past year. The space-breaking talisman was one of them. You think you can leave just like that? Jun Xiaoyao stretched out his hand, breaking the space and grabbing at Lin Feng. Pucci! A heart-wrenching roar came from the depths of the void. "Aw, damn it!" The sound of anger mixed with the sound of vomiting blood finally disappeared at the end of the space. Jun Xiaoyao withdrew his palm, and a mass of colorful mercury-like substance rippled in his palm. This is... Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were filled with astonishment as he sensed the mysteries of this colorful substance. World origin. This mass of matter was filled with the power of the world. Anyone could understand. Is that the world origin of the Tian Xian land? The eyes of some geniuses from the immortal region turned red in an instant. That was the world origin. It was almost impossible to find a good thing in the immortal region. It was more precious than immortal medicine and immortal origin. Moreover, the world origin could be regarded as a priceless immortal seed. In short, the world origin was something that everyone coveted. Even a supreme being would be tempted. Jun Xiaoyao frowned and looked around. At a glance, no genius from the immortal region dared to look at him. Some people were even shocked. The world origin was precious, but it depended on who had it. In Jun Xiaoyao's hands, who would dare to snatch it? Unless they wanted to die. Sigh, we can only feast our eyes. Some geniuses from the immortal region sighed. Su Ziqiang was also a little regretful. She didn't expect Lin Feng to have the world origin. He hid it so well that ordinary people couldn't see it. Not bad, but it doesn't seem to be complete. Jun Xiaoyao also saw it. The world origin was very mysterious, but it was not complete. It was incomplete. In fact, it was only a small part. Young master, do you want Yu to chase down that ant? Yu stepped forward and asked. No need. He's just a leak. Let him grow. When he grows up, we'll harvest him. Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand. If Jun Xiaoyao were to find the world origin of the Tian Xian land by himself, it would take a long time. But Lin Feng had the luck of the protagonist of the Tian Xian land. He didn't even have to work hard to find it. The world origin would naturally find him. When Lin Feng obtained the complete original strength of the world, Jun Xiaoyao would then go and harvest some more. As for letting the tiger return to the mountain? Sorry, in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, Lin Feng was not a tiger, not even a cat. He was a leak, a tool to help him find the world origin. So there was no such thing as letting the tiger return to the mountain. Thank you for your help. The Nailan family will always remember your kindness. Nailan Zhan stepped forward and bowed deeply to Jun Xiaoyao. He was a dignified Tao god, but he didn't hesitate to bow to Jun Xiaoyao. Nailan Ruashi also stepped forward and bowed. Young master, if you don't mind, you can rest in my Nailan family. We will do our best to serve you. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. He had just come to the lower world, and he did need a place to stay. At the same time, he could clarify his future plans. Recommended reading, Load File 2013. Chapter 171. The Nailan family was located in an ancient spiritual mountain full of spiritual qi. At this moment, in a magnificent hall in the spiritual mountain, Jun Xiaoyao sat in the main seat with the 3 protectors and Yu on both sides. Below him were the people of the Nailan family. The group of people from the Dongxian Dao sect was also there. After all, their patriarch had come to the lower realm, so they naturally couldn't leave at will. They had to cling to this thigh tightly. Previously, they still couldn't accept that their patriarch had become someone else's servant. But now, after seeing Jun Xiaoyao's status and power, they were able to come to terms with it. It seemed good for their patriarch to follow such a young supreme being with a transcendent status. The rest, including Su Ziqiang, was a group of people from the Purple Mansion, sacred ground. They knelt on the ground, extremely nervous and trembling. Jun Xiaoyao ignored them and briefly told Nailan Zhan and the others about Supreme Yuan Tian. I see. Thank you, young master, for freeing Senior Yuan Tian. Nailan Zhan cupped his hands slightly. Thank you, young master, for your kindness. All the members of the Nailan family bowed deeply to Jun Xiaoyao, grateful to the point of tears. By the way, although Lin Feng ran away, exterminate his family, Jun Xiaoyao said casually, Young master, let us, the Dongxian Dao sect, do this. We are professionals in exterminating families. The Dongxian Dao sect master said hurriedly, patting his chest and promising, afraid that he wouldn't get Jun Xiaoyao's attention. Dongshuan's patriarch was also a little speechless. In order to get Jun Xiaoyao's attention, these juniors were going all out. Jun Xiaoyao nodded faintly. As the protagonist, he had to be given some motivation to become stronger. If his family wasn't exterminated, he would be embarrassed to say that he was the protagonist. Jun Xiaoyao believed that after Lin Feng learned that his family had been exterminated, he would definitely want to become stronger crazily and then go find the world's origin for him. This method was a little cruel, but it was fine as long as it was useful. Next, Jun Xiaoyao looked at Su Ziqiang and the others kneeling on the ground. Su Ziqiang and the others hurriedly kowtowed. Son of God, please forgive us. This time, it was our Purple Mansion, Holy Ground's fault. We hope Lord Son of God will be magnanimous and spare our lives. The group of experts from the Purple Mansion, sacred ground, were all kneeling and begging for mercy. They knew that it was useless to mention the Purple Mansion, sacred ground's background. It was better to admit defeat and beg for forgiveness. The Purple Mansion, holy land of the lower realm, will become a subordinate force of the Nailan clan. As for you all, you will be slaves of the Nailan clan for 100 years, Jun Xiaoyao said casually. He was too lazy to deal with this group of people. Moreover, although the Purple Mansion's sacred ground wasn't much, it was still a force with Supreme Being experts. If he really wanted to destroy them, it would be a little troublesome. Thank you, Son of God, for sparing us. The group of Purple Mansion, holy ground experts heaved a sigh of relief. Only Su Ziqiang's expression changed. You don't seem to be satisfied with this son of God's decision. Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows slightly. Su Ziqiang hurriedly denied. No, it's just that Ziqiang hopes. Su Ziqiang found it difficult to continue. Speak. Jun Xiaoyao frowned. Su Ziqiang closed her eyes and said, Ziqiang hopes that, even if I have to be a slave, I want to be a female slave of Lord Son of God. Her words caused the entire hall to fall silent. It was amazing that the Purple Mansion, holy ground saintess, could say such words. Even the group of Purple Mansion, holy ground experts at the side were stunned. Su Ziqiang closed her eyes, and even her eyelashes were trembling. Rather than becoming a slave of the Nailan clan, she would rather become a slave of Jun Xiaoyao alone. Moreover, Su Ziqiang had long wanted to have a relationship with Jun Xiaoyao, even if it was a slave relationship. Oh, Jun Xiaoyao muttered. He didn't expect that Su Ziqiang would take the initiative to ask to be his female slave. Su Ziqiang's purple hair was like silk, and her figure was slender. Her skin was fairer and gentler than the best jade. Her pair of purple crystal-like eyes were even more beautiful. She was a rare prodigy, and she had a good reputation in the celestial realm. She was the dream lover of many male prodigies. But now, she was willing to be Jun Xiaoyao's slave. Is this son of God the kind of person who casually takes in slaves? Jun Xiaoyao tapped his fingers on the armrest. Su Ziqiang's face darkened. But Linglong is not here, and I do lack a servant girl to serve tea. You can do it, Jun Xiaoyao said. Thank you, Lord Son of God. Ziqiang is willing to serve you to the best of her ability. Su Ziqiang was pleasantly surprised. It was hard to imagine that the Purple Mansion Holy Ground Saintess would be excited about becoming someone's female slave. On the other hand, Nalan Ruwashi's pretty face darkened. In her heart, she also secretly wanted to serve Jun Xiaoyao. After all, who wouldn't love such a fairy-like person? Jun Xiaoyao's decision made Nalan Zhan extremely excited. He knew that Jun Xiaoyao was helping the Nalan family. The Purple Mansion, holy ground of the lower realm, was also a very strong force, not to mention those celestial realm experts who would be slaves for 100 years and submit to the Nalan family. In the future, the Nalan family would become the top family in the Eastern Xian domain, and even the entire Tianxian continent. Everyone in the Nalan family was very excited, as if they could foresee their future rise. Only Nalan Ruwashi's delicate face was a little gloomy. To Jun Xiaoyao, she was just a passerby who passed by. When Jun Xiaoyao returned to the celestial realm, he would definitely forget her very quickly. Nalan Ruwashi didn't expect Jun Xiaoyao to do anything to her. It was just that she didn't want to be a passerby. Jun Xiaoyao noticed Nalan Ruwashi, pondered for a moment, and said, "Nalan Ruwashi, putting aside Lin Feng, your talent is considered top-notch in the Tianxian continent. In the future, I will take you back to the celestial realm." "Really?" Nalan Ruwashi was flattered. Jun Xiaoyao nodded faintly. The rules of heaven and earth in the lower realm limited Nalan Ruwashi's talent. If she was in the celestial realm, she wouldn't be on par with Jun Zhanjian, Jun Xuehuang, and other sequences. At least, she would be close to the level of Jun Linglong, which was a very good talent. "Ruwashi, thank you, young master." Nalan Ruwashi was overjoyed, and her heart was sweeter than eating honey. As long as she could often see Jun Xiaoyao's back in the future, Nalan Ruwashi would be satisfied. Nalan Zhan and the others were also ecstatic. This meant that their Nalan family had completely grasped Jun Xiaoyao's thigh. After solving a series of things, Jun Xiaoyao stayed in the room alone and began to study the origin of the world. Just this small group of origin of the world had created a monster like Lin Feng. If there was all the origin of the world, how powerful would it be? No wonder Grandpa said that I should use the origin of the world as an immortal seed. This origin of the world is really mysterious, Jun Xiaoyao muttered, but he was hesitating. Should he really use the origin of the world as an immortal seed? As a transmigrator, Jun Xiaoyao naturally understood some tricks. Didn't the real strong use themselves as a seed? That was the so-called use the body as a seed. Any other spiritual seeds, or even immortal seeds, were foreign objects. With foreign objects as seeds, one could only borrow the Tao of foreign objects. And with the body as a seed, it was one's own Tao. Of course, this was an almost impossible path. If it was so easy to open up, predecessors would have succeeded long ago. How could it be Jun Xiaoyao's turn? With the body as a seed, open up your own Tao. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes gradually brightened. Recommended reading. Load File 2013. Chapter 172. Using the body as the seed was easier said than done. Until now, Jun Xiaoyao still had no clue. However, he already had an epiphany. Spirit seeds and immortal seeds were born between heaven and earth. Even if one used them to unify the Tao, they would still be bound by the rules of heaven and earth. However, using the body as the seed meant that one did not rely on external objects, but on oneself. One's own body was the strongest immortal seed. Then, one would burn one's potential and open up an unprecedented path. This path would not be bound by the rules of heaven and earth. That meant that if he were to succeed, he would be able to transcend the rules. In the future, even if the immortal realm was in turmoil or even collapsed, it would not affect him. As the saying went, he would jump out of the three realms and not be bound by the 5 elements. This path is difficult, but if I succeed, my strength and potential will be immeasurable. Jun Xiaoyao said. Now he was already very invincible. It was difficult to find a match among his peers. However, Jun Xiaoyao was not satisfied. Not only did he want to be invincible among his peers, but he also wanted to catch up with the older generation. In the end, he wanted to be on par with honorable and great emperors. He even wanted to step into the immortal realm and become a true immortal. My talent is unparalleled since ancient times. The path of using the body as the seed will be opened by me. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes burned with fire. After confirming his direction, Jun Xiaoyao also began to prepare his next plan. He still needed to collect the world's origin energy. After all, it was a rare item in heaven and earth. Even if he did not use it as an immortal seed, it could be used as a support to help him open up his own path. What I need to do next is to suppress the 10 sinner clans and find the whereabouts of the physique scripture. Oh right, and Jun Wanji's sister. Jun Xiaoyao organized his plan. There were no traces of the 10 sinner clans in the Tianxian continent. Obviously, they were not suppressed here. As for the second half of the physique scripture and Jun Wanji's sister, Jun Xiaoyao would let the Nalan family, Dongxian Dao sect, and Purple Mansion Sacred Ground search for her. With their influence, if they searched with all their might, they could cover the entire 4 regions of the Tianxian continent. If he could not find it in the Tianxian land, then most likely it would be somewhere else in the lower worlds. After that, Jun Xiaoyao found Dongxian and the others and asked them about the lower realm. This included the existence of secret realms of heaven and earth. Because if Jun Xiaoyao wanted to use his body as the seed, he would need all kinds of auxiliary methods. The secret realm of heaven and earth was also a part of it. What surprised Jun Xiaoyao was that the 3 old men had mentioned the same place in unison. Crack of the 10 worlds. 10 realms rift. What kind of place is that? Jun Xiaoyao asked. Young lord, it is said that the rift between the 10 realms is a place where the space of the 10 realms intersects and gathers the fate of the 10 realms. It's rumored that there's an altar of martyrs within it. Since ancient times, countless geniuses with great fortune have tried to cultivate on the altar and open up an unprecedented path, but all of them failed in the end. Their physical bodies and even souls were imprisoned in the altar of martyrs forever, said old ancestor Dongxian in a low voice. Obviously, they were also very wary of such rumors. There's such a thing. Jun Xiaoyao was surprised. He did not expect that there would be such a mysterious place in the lower realm. At this moment, the system's mechanical voice sounded in Jun Xiaoyao's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The new check-in location has been refreshed. Please check in at the Altar of Martyrs. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed as he asked, where is the 10 Realms Rift? Old ancestor Dongxian shook his head and said, I don't know. Those who can find the 10 Realms Rift are all absolute geniuses and people with great fortune. Is that so? Jun Xiaoyao nodded. He still had to stay in the lower realm for a while anyway, so there was no need to rush. In the next few days, what happened in the Nalan clan spread throughout the entire eastern Xian region and even the Tianxian continent as if it had grown wings. A young lord of the immortal region, with a terrifying identity, had descended to the lower realm. He had made the people of the Purple Mansion Sacred Ground kneel down in fear without even showing up. After that, he appeared like a transcendent immortal and slapped the famous top genius Lin Feng with one palm. It could be said that this news was like an earthquake that shook the entire Tianxian continent. No one expected that such a transcendent young supreme being would descend to the lower realm from the immortal region. Tianxian continent, Central Forbidden Area. This place was located at the intersection of the Eastern Xian region, Western Xian region, Southern Xian region, and Northern Xian region. It was also a forbidden area that made everyone wary. Even the sacred grounds of the human race and reclusive families were very wary of this forbidden area. This was because this place was an ancient divine mountain where primordial beings resided. If any human entered rashly, there was no way for them to survive. At this moment, outside a stretch of ancient divine mountains, a group of beings with green wings on their backs were conversing. Is the young supreme being of the human race from the immortal region that powerful? Yes, The young prodigies of our primordial races have yet to descend to the lower realm. Not to mention the beings of the lower realm of the immortal region. Even Lord Peng Fei and Lord Pengling are enough to deal with those prodigies of the immortal region. This group of beings with green wings on their backs came from the Green Sky Divine Mountain. They were the Great Green Sky Rock Clan. This clan possessed a trace of the bloodline of the Golden Winged Rock and was the most powerful royal clan in the lower realm. To the lower realm, the immemorial royal clan was already the pinnacle existence. As for the Archean royalty, they usually would not stay in such a barren place like the lower realm. This group of beings from the Green Sky Divine Mountain all looked at the pair of siblings before them. They were called Peng Fei and Pengling, the top prodigies of the current generation of the Green Sky Divine Mountain. They had even defeated some human prodigies from the lower realm of the immortal region. Where did that young supreme being come from? Is he that famous? Peng Ling mumbled. She had short green hair and green wings on her back. She had a slender figure. Beside her was her brother, Peng Fei. He had a strong physique and long green hair. His eyes were as sharp as swords. Peng Fei said coldly, "My only goal is the heir of the Golden Winged Rock clan at the Jalo Sacred Mountain in the upper realm. If I have the chance to enter the mortal region, I will definitely pay a visit to that Golden Winged Rock." Yes, that Golden Winged Rock must be very strong, Peng Ling said with curiosity and longing. Their Green Sky Great Rock clan only had a part of the Golden Winged Rock's bloodline, and they were already so strong. Then how strong would the real Golden Winged Rock be? Humph, anyway, he's stronger than the so-called young master of the immortal region, Peng Fei sneered. At this moment, Peng Ling suddenly stretched out her jade-like arm and said, "Look, there's a person over there." All of the living beings looked over, only to discover that there was a human slumped over by the shore of a lake. "Human, just kill him," Peng Fei said coldly. "Hey, it looks like that human boy Lin Feng." Peng Ling walked over and looked surprised. Lin Feng had risen to fame in the past year. Not to mention the human forces, even the ancient God's Mountain knew something about him. Cough, cough! At this moment, Lin Feng was covered in blood, and one of his arms was missing. "Big brother, do we really want to kill him?" Peng Ling hesitated. "He seems to have fought with that young supreme being. Let's save his life for the time being and understand the situation," Peng Fei said. The group of creatures from the azure sky, Godly Mountain, saved Lin Feng. If Jun Xiaoyao was here, he would definitely sigh at Lin Feng's luck. As expected of the main character of the Tian Xin continent, even in a situation of certain death, he could turn the situation around. Recommended reading, Load File 2013. Chapter 173. After Lin Feng was rescued by the creatures of the azure sky, Godly Mountain, he quickly woke up. Peng Fei, Peng Ling, and the others also asked him many things. After that, Lin Feng also learned that the Lin clan had been destroyed. No one in the entire clan survived. His father, Lin Jintian, also died tragically on the spot. This made Lin Feng's eyes almost pop out of their sockets. He was filled with grief and indignation. He was so angry that he wanted to tear Jun Xiaoyao into pieces. He was indeed more motivated to become stronger. Jun Xiaoyao didn't know what had happened to Lin Feng. Even if he knew, he wouldn't be moved at all. Jun Xiaoyao was made of iron, the main character of the world. Xiao Chun was like that, Yang Pan was like that, and Lin Feng was like that. Jun Xiaoyao still had many things to do. He couldn't put all his energy on a small character like Lin Feng. At about the same time, another continent of the 10 lands was called the Star Continent. The Star Continent was very special in the 10 lands of the lower world. It was rumored that a long time ago a heaven-defying figure appeared in the Star Continent called the Infinite Star Lord. The Infinite Star Palace that he founded had once ruled the entire Star Continent. Not only that, but the Infinite Star Lord also ascended to the celestial region and stirred up endless storms. There were no less than 10 Supremes who were defeated by him. In the end, because he was too strong, he offended too many forces and big shots. In the end, he was besieged and killed. The Infinite Star Palace in the lower world also suffered a devastating blow and was unable to recover from that setback. Following the fall of the Limitless Star Lord, the entire star continent declined. It felt like the Infinite Star Lord had gathered the chi of the lower world in his body. His death had severed the destiny of the entire star continent. At that moment, a rare war was breaking out in the star continent. On one side was the Xian Tian sect. It was one of the forces that the Jun family had sent to the lower world to suppress the followers of the 10 great ancient clans. On the other side, there was more than one force. There were terrifying creatures with golden horns on their heads. There were also powerful existences with silver horns on their heads. There were also a small number of mysterious experts in black cloaks who were hunting Xian Tian sect disciples everywhere. Attack! Protect the Black Heaven sect and kill the sinners. You sinners have the blood of sin flowing in your veins, yet you're still vainly trying to make a comeback. Many powerhouses of the Black Heaven sect were roaring and fighting with all their might. Hee, our Golden Horn clan has been suppressed for eons. We can finally turn the tables around. Today, we'll be the first to use your Black Heaven sect as a sacrifice. A powerful being with a golden horn on his head grinned, revealing his sharp teeth. He seemed rather cruel and bloodthirsty. Their lineage was called the Gold Horn clan. They were once a famous and powerful clan in the Huangtian mystic realm. However, they were suppressed by the Jun family because of their rebellious behavior. The strong cultivators of the family were all killed, and the rest of the family members were driven to the lower realm and became creatures of the lower realm. Not only that, but the Jun family also sent the Xian Tian sect to suppress and supervise them. This caused the hatred in their hearts to pile up. Not only did this kind of humiliation and resentment not fade away with time, but it also became more and more engraved into his bones. Finally, they had the chance to be liberated. His hatred and anger poured out on Xian Tianzong. On the other side, a powerful being with a silver horn on his head also said coldly, "Our Silver Horn clan has also been suppressed for eons. Whether it's your Black Heaven sect or the Jun family of the mystic realm, our Silver Horn clan will take revenge." The Silver Horn clan was the same as the Gold Horn clan. They were once the most powerful clans in the mystic realm and had experienced the same fate. The Jun family is not something you lowly sinners can touch. Suddenly, a cold snort was heard. 2 old men suddenly appeared in the void. Sect Master, Vice Sect Master. Seeing these 2 old men, everyone in the Black Heaven sect was excited. They were the pillars of the Black Heaven sect. The person who spoke was the sect master of the Black Heaven sect, a true saint powerhouse. The vice sect master beside him was also a pre-saint. However, the Gold Horn clan and the Silver Horn clan did not panic. In their clan, there were also powerful beings with saint auras. Although they had been suppressed in the lower realm for a long time, they were once the most powerful clans. How could they not have any powerhouses? It was just that they had been sealed in the Forbidden Grounds all this while. How did the Gold Horn clan and the Silver Horn clan escape? The vice sect master frowned his white eyebrows. His old face was serious. Those black-robed people, could they be? The Black Heaven sect master had a guess in his heart. His face turned even colder. Next, a great battle broke out again. Under the leadership of the sect master and vice sect master, the Black Heaven sect fought with all their might. On the other hand, powerhouses from the Gold Horn clan and the Silver Horn clan appeared and started a bloody massacre. The entire situation was extremely chaotic. Inside the Black Heaven sect, the flames of war were everywhere. Soldiers fought soldiers, generals fought generals. In the sky, powerhouses were fighting. Below, the Black Heaven sect disciples were also fighting with the Gold Horn clan and the Silver Horn clan. However, What frightened them was that there was a group of black-robed people in black cloaks. They stood on the side of the sinners and mercilessly killed the Black Heaven sect disciples. In a square in the Black Heaven sect, corpses were everywhere. There were sinners, but more of them were Black Heaven sect disciples. At this moment, a beautiful woman was surrounded by a group of black-robed people. Beside her lay a badly mutilated corpse. It was the Black Heaven sect's first senior brother. You. Who are you? Why are you pestering us? The woman's name was Lu Qianshan. At this moment, her face was as pale as a sheet. She was terrified. She did not understand why these black-robed people were targeting them when there were so many Black Heaven sect disciples. Even her first senior brother had died tragically on the spot to protect her. At this moment, a black-robed person in the middle laughed coldly. Hee, Lu Qianshan, don't you know what you've done wrong? Hearing this familiar tone, Lu Qianshan's eyes froze. She reached out her hand in disbelief and pointed at the black-robed person. She stuttered. This voice, you are. Under Lu Qianshan's surprised gaze, the black-robed person slowly took off his black cloak. He revealed the face that Lu Qianshan had almost forgotten. Mo Fan! Lu Qianshan screamed in disbelief. She was petrified. Mo Fan! More than a year ago, he was framed by her and her first senior brother. Then he was struck by lightning and was on the verge of death. At this moment, he was alive and well in front of her. You, aren't you dead? Lu Qianshan's face was as pale as paint. She clearly saw that Mo Fan was struck by lightning and was charred black. He was almost dead. That was why she casually threw him out. Now not only was Mo Fan still alive, but he seemed to have been reborn. Then I have to thank you, you adulterous couple. If it weren't for you, how could I, Mo Fan, be here today? If that's the case, I should be thanking you. Mo Fan smiled. However, his smile was cold and cruel. Recommended reading. Load 2013. Chapter 174. All of this was done by you. Is the breaking of the seals of the Gold Horn clan and the Silver Horn clan also related to you? Lu Qianshan's voice was trembling. Haha, you're right. I did have something to do with the two tribes breaking the seal. Didn't you accuse me of being related to the sinful tribes? Well then, I'll work with the sinful tribes and eliminate the Black Heaven sect. Mo Fan said with a cold grin. How did it become like this? Lu Qianshan's eyes were filled with despair. She had never thought that a 1,000-mile dike would be destroyed by an ant's nest. Mo Fan, whom she regarded as an ant, had actually shaken the foundation of the entire Black Heaven sect. Speaking of which, I should be thanking you. If it wasn't for you, how could I have found such a fortunate encounter? Mo Fan went forward and patted Lu Qianshan's cheek. After being struck by the lightning, a tiny astral being appeared in his mind. With the help of this tiny star being, Mo Fan's strength skyrocketed. Not only that, the former overlord of the star continent, the Limitless Star Palace, also found him and said that he was the son of the stars and would become the most important person in the Limitless Star Palace in the future. His strength had increased, and he had the backing of the Limitless Star Palace. Mo Fan had completely taken off. After he took off, the first thing he wanted to do was to take revenge on the Black Heaven sect, Lu Qianshan and the others. Lu Qianshan and the others deserved to die. The people of the Black Sky sect who indulged Lu Qianshan also deserved to die. Didn't Lu Qianshan and the others accuse him of colluding with the sinners? As such, Mo Fan decided to use the power of the Wuji Star Palace to summon the Golden Horn tribe and the Silver Horn tribe. This was the reason for the current calamity. Mo Fan, please spare my life. Lu Qianshan's body was trembling. She did not expect that a slight mistake would bring such a disaster to herself and the Mystic Sky sect. That being said, little did Lu Qianshan know, even without her, Mo Fan still had to go through other difficulties. This was because Mo Fan was the main character of the Star Continent, one of the 10 nature-defying suns. He had to experience a calamity before he could fully awaken his life as a cheat. Even without Lu Qianshan, there would be other difficulties that would force Mo Fan to cheat. However, Lu Qianshan naturally did not know these secrets. She was crying and begging for Mo Fan's forgiveness. Ha! Lu Qianshan, it's fate that brought us together. How could I possibly kill you? Mo Fan grinned coldly. Thank you. Thank you so much. Lu Qianshan cried tears of joy. However, before she could reveal a smile, she heard Mo Fan's frosty voice. If I let you die so easily, how could I be worthy of the pain I suffered? Lu Qianshan's heart sank to the bottom after hearing Mo Fan's words. Following it, Mo Fan tied Lu Qianshan to a copper pillar. It was the same one that he had tied up more than a year ago. Then, under Lu Qianshan's terrified gaze, Mo Fan took out a long sword and slowly cut Lu Qianshan's flesh. He wanted to kill Lu Qianshan with 1,000 cuts. No, don't. Ah! Lu Qianshan let out a heart-wrenching scream. Blood splattered everywhere. As time passed, Lu Qianshan was on the verge of death. Her entire body was covered in blood. The wounds were so deep that her bones could be seen. There was not a single part of her flesh that was unharmed. Mo Fan was still not satisfied. He took out his sword again and cut the tendons in Lu Qianshan's arms and legs. He even broke her Dantian's spirit ocean, turning her into a cripple. Ha! Lu Qianshan, I won't kill you. I'll let you struggle in this world as a cripple. Ha ha! Mo Fan looked up and laughed. His thoughts were clear, and the obsession in his heart was gone. Then he left with a group of experts from the Wuji Star Palace. Only Lu Qianshan was left struggling on her deathbed. On the other hand, the battle between the Black Heaven sect and the sinners had reached its climax. The Golden Horn clan and the Silver Horn clan also had saints and pre-saints. They had completely restrained the Black Heaven sect leader and the Vice sect leader. Damn it, what should we do? The Vice sect leader looked anxious. Just send a message. We have to give it a try, the Black Heaven sect leader said. Hearing this, the Vice sect leader took out a jade slip and crushed it. This was the signal jade slip that the June family had left for the Black Heaven sect. If it was crushed, it would mean that the Black Heaven sect was in trouble. They were facing an unprecedented crisis. Let's hope that the June family has already sent experts down to the lower realm. The Vice sect leader prayed in his heart. At this moment, a Saint realm fluctuation suddenly came from the void. It was a black-robed man who had made his move. A starry palm print appeared between his fingers and slammed toward the Vice sect leader. Uft! The Vice sect leader was caught off guard. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Wuji Star Palace, it really is you! The Vice sect leader yelled angrily. They had already guessed it before, but now it was confirmed. As for the Wuji Star Palace's reason for making their move, there was another big reason other than Mo Fan. The Wuji Star Palace used to be the overlord of the Star Continent. Even though the Wuji Star Palace had declined due to the death of the Wuji Star Lord, it did not shake their leadership. However, the Black Heaven sect's arrival had gradually replaced the Wuji Star Palace's position in the Star Continent. After all, the Black Heaven sect was very strong. Secondly, it was a force that had descended from the immortal realm. As time went by, the Limitless Star Palace became the new overlord of the Star Continent, and the Black Heaven sect became the new overlord. Under such circumstances, how could the Wuji Star Palace be willing to be suppressed? In addition to Mo Fan's instigation, the Wuji Star Palace decided to make their move. Let's go! The Black Heaven sect leader's face darkened. He grabbed the Vice sect leader and began to retreat. He was extremely unwilling to give up on the rest of the Black Heaven sect. However, as Saint Realm experts, they were considered the strongest forces in the lower realm. They could not die here. If they were to kill the sinners again in the future, they would need their help. Therefore, the Black Heaven sect leader was very decisive. He immediately retreated. The rest of the true gods, heavenly gods, Tao gods, and other experts began to scatter and retreat. The Golden Horn clan, Silver Horn clan, and the Wuji Star Palace naturally would not let go of the opportunity to beat them up. They chased after them all the way. They flattened many mountains and killed many of the Black Heaven sect's experts. In the end, only a few Black Heaven sect cultivators managed to escape, while the Black Heaven sect was being defeated. In the depths of the Nalan family's spirit mountain in the Tianqian continent, in a secluded pavilion, Jun Xiaoyao was peacefully drinking tea. Su Ziqiang stood behind him and reached out her jade-like hands to massage his shoulders. The saintess of the Purple Mansion, sacred ground, massaging his shoulders was not a treatment that anyone could enjoy. Jun Xiaoyao was planning the next step of his plan. At this moment, a golden token suddenly began to emit an ominous blood-red light in his space magic tool. This is... Jun Xiaoyao took out the golden token. This golden token was given to him by Jun Zhantian. It was also a token of the Jun family. With this token, Jun Xiaoyao could mobilize the forces of the 5 great followers. At the same time, this token was also a magic tool for transmitting messages. As for the bloody light, it meant that an unprecedented crisis had appeared in the followers' forces. This message comes from the star continent. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flickered. Recommended reading. Load file 2013. Chapter 175. The Star Land was also one of the 10 lands of the lower realm. It was rumored that a heaven-defying figure had once appeared there, stirring up a storm in the immortal realm. However, there was more that Jun Xiaoyao did not know. It looks like there is a faction of followers in the Star Land. Could it be that the sinners of the Star Land have broken their seal? Jun Xiaoyao pondered. Without further ado, he got up and called for Forefather Dongxian and the other 2 patriarchs, as well as Yu. Is there a way to travel quickly between the 10 lands of the lower realm? Jun Xiaoyao asked. Forefather Dongxian replied. Although there are barriers between the 10 lands of the lower realm, they're not as difficult to cross as the barrier between the immortal realm and the lower realm. Besides, there should be inter-realm transportation formations outside the Tianqian continent that can transport us directly to other continents. All right, then let us head directly to the Star Land, Jun Xiaoyao said. Forefather Dongxian and the other 2 patriarchs did not even question Jun Xiaoyao's order, nodding in response. Several hours later, Jun Xiaoyao, the 9-headed lion, Forefather Dongxian, Yu, and Su Ziqiang departed from the Nalan family. All the members of the Nalan family came out to welcome them. Nalan Ruwashi's face was filled with reluctance. She wanted to wait until Jun Xiaoyao returned to the immortal realm before she could go back with Jun Xiaoyao. Outside the Tianqian continent was the endless ocean. Looking over, the ocean was vast and boundless. To the cultivators of the Tianqian continent, the endless ocean was an extremely dangerous place. No one knew what terrifying sea beasts would appear in the depths of the ocean that was more than 10,000 feet deep. In the sky, Yu summoned his golden longbow and shot 9 arrows in a row, turning a 9-ringed octopus in front of him into a sieve. With a casual wave of Forefather Dongxuan's palm, a series of sea beasts exploded into countless pieces of blood, dyeing the endless ocean red. All the sea beasts, including some of the sea creatures, shuddered in fear, retreating into the depths of the ocean, not daring to show their heads. What a group of ferocious creatures! They were 10,000 times more terrifying than the oceanic species. The 9-headed lion pulled the carriage while Jun Xiaoyao sat inside. Su Ziqiang was peeling some precious fruits to feed him. To the cultivators of the profound sky continent, the endless sea was a forbidden zone of death. However, to Jun Xiaoyao and his group, it was as easy as walking on flat ground. Not long after, a small island with a desolate aura appeared in the endless sea ahead of them. On the small island, there was an extremely ancient teleportation formation that was covered in a thick layer of dust. "Lord Son of God, we've arrived!" Old ancestor Dongxian and the rest said respectfully. Jun Xiaoyao walked out of the carriage and looked at the teleportation array. It also needs immortal sources. Jun Xiaoyao glanced at it. There were some indentations on the formation that were covered in dust. This kind of cross-realm teleportation formation obviously couldn't be activated with ordinary origin stones. At the very least, inferior class immortal sources were needed. Immortal sources were extremely rare even in the immortal realm, let alone in a barren land like the lower realm. It was no wonder that no one used this kind of teleportation formation. Although Jun Xiaoyao was a heavy consumer of immortal sources, the Jun family still gave him a few hundred immortal sources. After the immortal sources were inlaid, the entire cross-realm teleportation formation gradually began to operate, glowing with a blinding divine radiance. After a while, Jun Xiaoyao and his group were enveloped by a wave of spatial ripples and disappeared on the spot. In the Star Continent, among an extremely ancient and desolate mountain range, a formation that had been dormant for 10,000 years began to operate, glowing with a blinding divine radiance. After a while, Jun Xiaoyao and his group appeared. As soon as he arrived at the Star Continent, Jun Xiaoyao sensed something special about it. The power of the stars on this continent seems to be especially rich. Jun Xiaoyao said. He raised his head and could see that the sky of the Star Continent was filled with countless stars, orbiting in mysterious trajectories. Patriarch Dongxian replied with a smile, of course. The Star Continent once had a heaven-defying expert, the Infinite Star Lord. He had the divine body of stars, and was the strongest expert on the Star Continent. Later on, he even caused a stir in the immortal realm. In the end, he was killed by several supreme experts because he was too conspicuous. Jun Xiaoyao didn't know much about the Star Continent. However, Patriarch Dongxian was born in the lower realm, so he was very familiar with the affairs of other continents. Divine body of stars. Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows. This reminded him of Yi Xingyun, who had the kingly body of stars, and Yi Xingyun's sudden change in personality. Could it be? Jun Xiaoyao pondered. Could Yi Xingyun be a protagonist like Xiao Chun and Yang Pan, but he didn't notice it before? Interesting. I wonder if Yi Xingyun has come to the lower realm. If he does, will he bring me some surprises? Jun Xiaoyao chuckled. After that, Jun Xiaoyao and the others left the barren mountains. After walking out, Yu pulled a cultivator over and asked for the location of the Black Heaven sect. Black Heaven sect? Wasn't the Black Heaven sect destroyed? The cultivator was surprised. I'm asking you where the Black Heaven sect is. Cut the crap. Yu glared at him with his golden eyes. The cultivator was sweating profusely as he replied, It's in the central region of the continent. However, it was destroyed by the Gold Horn Clan, Silver Horn Clan, and the Infinite Star Palace a few days ago. The Infinite Star Palace. Jun Xiaoyao frowned in the carriage when he heard this. He wasn't surprised that the Gold Horn Clan and Silver Horn Clan were involved. After all, they were one of the 10 sinner clans and were enemies of the Black Heaven sect. However, why was the Infinite Star Palace involved? What grudge did they have against the Black Heaven sect? Head straight to the Black Heaven sect. Jun Xiaoyao's voice was heard. The 9-headed lion roared and stepped into the air. The others followed behind it. Oh my God, is that the legendary 9-headed lion? What kind of people are they to use a 9-headed lion to pull a carriage? The cultivator was dumbfounded. He was petrified and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. The Black Heaven sect used to be vast and majestic. However, it was now in ruins and corpses were everywhere. In the distant sky, there was a vast golden light. Jun Xiaoyao and the others had finally arrived. Jun Xiaoyao took a step forward. He frowned when he saw the Black Heaven sect that was as dead as a scorched earth. It's a pity that we're too late. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head. The Jun family had tens of millions of followers. The Black Heaven sect was just one of them. Jun Xiaoyao felt that it was a pity, but that was it. Young master, what should we do next? Yu asked. Jun Xiaoyao was about to speak when his gaze suddenly paused. He looked at a square in the depths of the Black Heaven sect. There's still the aura of a living person there. Jun Xiaoyao took a step forward and immediately disappeared on the spot. In the square, a bloody figure was tied to a copper pillar, struggling at death's door. It was Lu Qianqian. In a trance, a transcendent figure enveloped in immortal light suddenly appeared in front of her. Am I finally dead? Why can I see an immortal? Lu Qianqian smiled weakly. At this moment, the immortal finally spoke. I am the son of God of the Jun family of the immortal region, Jun Xiaoyao. What's the situation here? Tell me in detail, Jun Xiaoyao said calmly. Lu Qianqian, who was originally weak, immediately widened her beautiful eyes when she heard the words, Jun family of the immortal region. Stormy waves seemed to have surged in her heart. Master, the Jun family is finally here. Recommended reading. Load file 2013. Chapter 176. Lu Qianqian's mangled body was trembling. She could not believe it. The Black Heaven sect had been waiting for the Jun family's experts to descend to the lower realm to kill the sinners. However, the Black Heaven sect did not wait for the Jun family's experts. And now, the white-robed figure that appeared in front of Lu Qianqian was the son of God of the Jun family. Lu Qianqian did not have any doubts, because this white-clothed figure was too transcendent. That kind of otherworldly aura was definitely not something that the creatures of the lower realm could imitate. Not far away, Yu and Su Zicheng arrived. Lu Qianqian was even more shocked. Every one of these geniuses of the immortal realm was so otherworldly. Compared to them, even Mo Fan looked like a nouveau riche with no temperament to speak of. Then, the arrival of Dongxian and the other two almost made Lu Qianqian suffocate. Lu Qianqian had only felt that kind of aura from the sect master and the vice sect master. In other words, these three people were sage-to-be and sage-to-be experts. Such a terrifying lineup made Lu Qianqian fall into deep shock. She did not recover for a long time. Jun Xiaoyao thought she did not believe him, so he took out a golden token. The word Jun was written on it. Do you believe me now? Jun Xiaoyao asked. Lu Qianqian nodded desperately. Her heart was still in shock. Tell me everything you know, Jun Xiaoyao said calmly. Lu Qianqian nodded. She used the last of her strength to tell Jun Xiaoyao everything she knew. The more Jun Xiaoyao listened to the story, the more familiar it felt. He was betrayed and framed by his lover. He was struck by lightning until he was half dead and thrown out of the sect. In the end, not only did he survive, but he also rose to power and even became a core figure of the Wuji Star Palace. In the end, he liberated the sinners, took revenge on the sect, and made the woman who betrayed him live a life worse than death. This kind of plot made Jun Xiaoyao feel a little speechless. Can't you have something new? However, from this, Jun Xiaoyao was able to confirm that this Mo Fan should be the main character of the Star Continent, the heaven-defying child. It was the same as Lin Feng. If Yi Xingyun was not around, Jun Xiaoyao might have wondered if Mo Fan was somehow related to the Wuji Star Lord. However, the presence of Yi Xingyun puzzled Jun Xiaoyao. Was it Yi Xingyun or Mo Fan who was related to the Wuji Star Lord? Or were they both related? After receiving the information provided by Lu Qianqian, Jun Xiaoyao gradually had an idea in his mind. No matter what, leeks still had to be harvested. After providing the clues, Lu Qianqian was also exhausted. She was almost at her limit. She didn't have much time left. His Dantian spirit sea was destroyed, the tendons in his arms and legs were severed, and his entire body was disfigured. Even if she could survive, Lu Qianqian would not choose to live. This was worse than death. My lord, I've told you everything I know. I hope that my lord can give me a quick death. Perhaps this is my retribution. Lu Qianqian said bitterly. Right now, she only wanted to die. Jun Xiaoyao said calmly, "Isn't it good to be alive?" Alive? This kind of life is worse than death. Lu Qianshan's expression was bitter and desperate. Isn't it just your dantian being destroyed and the tendons in your arms and legs being severed? It's not a big deal. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head, seeing that Lu Qianshan had provided him with precious information. Jun Xiaoyao was not stingy with a sacred pill. Just as Lu Qianshan was puzzled, Jun Xiaoyao flicked his finger. A chaotic elemental emerald pill with spiritual qi flowed into her mouth. In an instant, an unprecedented life essence spread out from Lu Qianshan's mouth. Her bloody skin began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. The tendons in her arms and legs also began to recover. In just a short 15 minutes, the dead skin and blood scabs fell off, and Lu Qianshan's entire body returned to its original appearance. Her skin was snow-white and delicate. Lu Qianshan felt as if she was struck by lightning. She was stunned. After that, she was even more surprised to find that the shattered spiritual sea in her dantian had also recovered. Seeing such a miracle appear on her body, Lu Qianshan was so shocked that she could not close her mouth. A snow jade spiritual pill is enough for such minor injuries. Jun Xiaoyao said. He did not lack saint elixir pills, but to the lower realm, sacred pills were extremely rare. Many thanks to Lord Son of God for giving me a new lease of life. Lu Qianshan will never forget it. I am willing to be a slave and serve the Son of God for eternity. Lu Qianshan's face was filled with excitement. She knelt on the ground and kowtowed nonstop. If one could live, who would want to die? Jun Xiaoyao had given her a new life. Looking at Lu Qianshan, Jun Xiaoyao was speechless. Why did every woman want to be his slave? At the side, Su Ziqiang's amethyst-like eyes revealed a hint of wariness. She was more than enough to serve Jun Xiaoyao when he was in the lower worlds. There's no need for a slave. Are you the only one left in the Black Heaven sect? Jun Xiaoyao asked. Lu Qianshan's eyes revealed a hint of disappointment, but she still said no. The sect leader is a powerful sage. They should have retreated. I see. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. If the Black Heaven sect leader and the others were still alive, then with the golden token in his hand, he could still find their location. Let's go. Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand. He was ready to search for the remaining people of the Black Heaven sect. Lu Qianshan also followed. On the other side, among the towering ancient trees in the mountains, the Black Heaven sect leader and the others were temporarily staying here. Cough, cough. This damned Wuji Star Palace. The vice sect leader coughed up blood. He was ambushed by the powerhouses of the Wuji Star Palace and suffered serious injuries. The Wuji Star Palace must have been dissatisfied with the Black Heaven sect for a long time. They only showed their fangs now. The Black Heaven sect leader's face was gloomy. His body had also suffered serious injuries. If it were only the Gold Horn clan and the Silver Horn clan, the Black Heaven sect could still suppress them. However, the Wuji Star Palace was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Damn it, those sinners and the Wuji Star Palace are really despicable. Some of the remaining powerhouses of the Black Heaven sect gritted their teeth. There were also some young disciples of the Black Heaven sect who were lucky enough to escape. Their faces were gloomy and defeated. Won't the Jun family of the Immortal Region come to help us? A female disciple of the Black Heaven sect said with gloomy eyes, The Jun family won't abandon the Black Heaven sect, right? Another male disciple thought pessimistically, What are you talking about? The Black Heaven sect has always been loyal to the Jun family. I believe that the Jun family won't abandon us. A heavenly god powerhouse said with certainty. Seeing this, the Black Heaven sect leader sighed in his heart. He naturally hoped that the Jun family would come to save the Black Heaven sect. However, was it still possible now? Just as the people of the Black Heaven sect were at the end of their rope and were feeling uncertain outside the mountain range, a powerful aura suddenly surged. Remnants of the mysterious Sky sect, come out and accept your death. Chapter 177. His surging voice, which carried the sound of killing, spread throughout the mountains. Everyone from the Black Heaven sect was shocked when they heard the voice. They did not expect the Gold Horn clan and the Silver Horn clan to find them so soon. Damn it! There must be experts from the Wuji Star Palace leading the way. They are the local forces of the Star Continent. They know the continent better than anyone else, said an expert from the Black Heaven sect. It was impossible for the Gold Horn clan and the Silver Horn clan to find them so soon. The only possibility was that the experts from the Wuji Star Palace were secretly following them. The Wuji Star Palace had been in the Star Continent for countless years. They knew the continent very well. It was easy for them to track them down. At this moment, countless experts from the Gold Horn clan and the Silver Horn clan were standing in the air outside the mountains. As far as the eye could see, they were densely packed like a swarm of locusts, covering the entire sky. Apart from that, there was a group of experts in starry robes on the other side of the sky. At this point, they didn't even bother to hide their identities. They directly revealed their identities. They were from the Limitless Star Palace. Among this group of people, Mo Fan, who was wearing a purple starry robe, was standing in the middle. He had a slender figure, and his appearance was supposed to be ordinary. However, after he was struck by lightning and merged with the tiny astral being, Mo Fan's appearance was becoming more and more handsome and more elegant. That feeling was as if the tiny astral being had imperceptibly changed him. Furthermore, Mo Fan's cultivation was also getting higher, reaching the consolidation realm. The next step was to merge with the Tao seed. Mo Fan was very cautious about this. He vaguely felt that the tiny astral being was not all of his fortuitous encounters. In his memory, there was also an incomparably majestic star palace. As for the majestic figure standing under the star palace, Missouri Fan felt a sense of respect for him. Mo Fan did not like this feeling. No one can suppress me, Mo Fan. The Black Heaven sect is an example, Mo Fan said in his heart. He looked at the mountains with a carefree look in his starry eyes. Mo Fan did not have any feelings for the sect that took him in and nurtured him. He only wanted to see it destroyed. A moment later, a small group of figures flew out from the depths of the forest. It was the sect leader of the Black Heaven sect and the others. They knew that it was useless to continue hiding. It was better to confront them face to face. Hee, old man Shen-Tian, you're finally willing to come out. From the Gold Horn clan's camp, an expert whose aura was at the Saint Realm walked out. The golden horn on his head was surrounded by runes, and his body was covered with golden scales. He was the Golden Horn King, the strongest expert of the Golden Horn clan. As for the Silver Horn clan, a living being with an aura no weaker than the Golden Horn King walked out. It was the Silver Horn King. Our tribes have been suppressed by the Black Heaven sect for countless years. Today we can finally annihilate all of you with our own hands. The Silver Horn King said in a chilling tone. The Shen-Tian sect master ignored the two clans. After all, they were mortal enemies. He looked at the Limitless Star Palace's camp and said coldly, Your Limitless Star Palace's actions, aren't you afraid of the revenge of the June clan of the desolation of the immortal region? Sect Master Shen-Tian's words caused the expressions of many powerhouses of the Limitless Star Palace to change. They were born in the lower realm, so they didn't know how strong the June family was. However, he had heard of the clan of the ancients. Not to mention that the Black Heaven sect was only one of the countless subsidiary forces of the June family. It was obvious how strong the June family was. If the Limitless Star Palace wanted to fight against the June family, it would be like throwing an egg against a rock. The Golden Horn King sneered and said, The June clan of the ancients doesn't have the power to do whatever they want in the immortal region. The Archean royalty and the other ancient clans might be able to fight against the June family. When the time comes, they can just rely on the Archean royalty. The Golden Horn clan and the Silver Horn clan dared to rebel because they had the support of the ancient clans. The people of the Limitless Star Palace let out a sigh of relief. Old friend Chinese, network, they didn't want anything from the immortal region. They just wanted to rule the star continent again and restore the glory of the limitless Star Lord. They were also trying their best to find someone who might be related to the limitless Star Lord. Mo Fan was an important chess piece that they found. You will regret this. The Xiantian sect master looked at the people of the limitless Star Palace deeply. He believed that if the June family knew about this, they would show no mercy and completely destroy the limitless Star Palace. All right, are these your last words? Then you can die. The Golden Horn King made his move. He held a golden scimitar in his hand and slashed out. The golden blade shook the sky and cut the void in half. With the powerful strength of a saint, they could easily shatter space in the lower realm. The Silver Horn King also made his move at the same time. The fluctuation of the saint stage spread out and shattered the void in front of him. The people of the other two clans also attacked together. On the other side, the remaining powerhouses of the Black Heaven sect also roared. Their eyes were filled with the determination to die. They knew that they would not be able to escape death today. However, if they could kill 1 or 2 sinners before they died, it would be worth it. Suppressing the sinners was the mission engraved in the bones of everyone in the Black Heaven sect. This mission was the Black Heaven sect's promise to the June family. It doesn't matter if the June family abandoned us or not. We will kill the sinners and bleed to the last drop of blood. That's right. The Black Heaven sect will not let the June family down. The powerhouses of the Black Heaven sect roared in grief and anger. Some of the Black Heaven sect's powerhouses who were seriously injured and on the verge of death chose to self-detonate and die with the sinners around them. Seeing this extremely tragic scene, the eyes of many young disciples of the Black Heaven sect turned red. Even the Black Heaven sect's sect masters' eyes trembled. The Black Heaven sect had shed their last drop of blood for the June family. They had not let the June family down. At this moment, the people of the Wuji Star Palace were finally ready to make their move. There were saints among them as well. Seeing that the Wuji Star Palace was about to make their move, the beautiful eyes of a female disciple of the Black Heaven sect showed unprecedented despair. Is there really no other way? The female disciple cried. The Black Heaven sect's sect master and the others felt their hearts tighten. If the Wuji Star Palace intervened, the Black Heaven sect would not be able to escape the fate of complete destruction. It's over, Black Heaven sect. Mo Fan muttered to himself with a smug smile on his face. However, at this moment, the world seemed to have suddenly quieted down. The flow of time seemed to have slowed down by a lot. In the distant sky, an indescribably mighty sword ray cut through the sky and swept toward the people of the Wuji Star Palace. A sword to overturn the universe. A sword to split the sky. This sword seemed to have cut through time and separated eternity. A peerless figure in white, as aloof as an immortal, wielded an ancient sword filled with the aura of time and slashed out a sword ray that could cut through the sky and the earth. The coiling Emperor Time sword combined with the immortal slaying sword art. A peerless sword. The sharp sword ray carried the endless power of time as it swept out. This sword swept out and instantly cleared out a large area of the Wuji Star Palace's camp. Many of the Wuji Star Palace's powerhouses were instantly turned into dust by the sword ray of time and scattered between the heaven and the earth. All of the surviving members of the Limitless Star Palace were dumbfounded. Even their souls were trembling from the impact of the sword. As the sword ray that could cut through the heaven and the earth swept out, a voice filled with endless coldness sounded. Chapter 178. The calm and indifferent voice was like the voice of a deity, echoing in everyone's ears. At this moment, the entire chaotic battle seemed to have come to a standstill. It was as if time had frozen at this moment. Whether it was the Golden Horn clan, the Silver Horn clan, or the Wuji Star Palace, everyone's face was filled with unprecedented shock. This sword is from the Jun family for the Black Heaven sect. The Black Heaven sect master and the others felt their minds tremble. It was as if millions of thunderbolts had exploded in their heads. Then they were filled with endless surprise. Jun family. Master, the people from the Jun family are here. At this moment, all the cultivators of the Black Heaven sect felt as if they were in a dream. The Jun family that they have been longing for is here. In the distance, a slender figure shrouded in a hazy immortal light was walking in the air. His white robe was spotless, and he was holding an ancient sword that was filled with the aura of time. One person, one sword, peerless immortal. Apart from the 3 layers of snow on you, who else in the world is worthy of wearing white? A junior sister of the Black Heaven sect mumbled to herself as if she was in a daze. She had never seen such an otherworldly person. Compared to the excitement of the Black Heaven sect, the Golden Horn clan and the Silver Horn clan were filled with fear and uneasiness. Even the Golden Horn king and the Silver Horn king, who were disdainful of the Jun family, swallowed their saliva. Their faces were filled with anxiety. As for the people of the Wuji Star Palace, their faces were pale with fright. Just now, Jun Xiaoyao's sword was sweeping toward the people of the Wuji Star Palace. After the sword passed through, more than half of the people were turned into dust and scattered between heaven and earth. It was so terrifying that it made people's scalps go numb and their hair stand on end. Even the void gods and true gods who were lucky enough to survive felt a sense of danger when facing this sword. Terrifying, this is too terrifying. Who is this person? Mo Fan's face was still pale. Just now, he felt as if he had just taken a trip to the gates of hell. Mo Fan was almost annihilated by this sword light. If the tiny astral being in his body had not released a star shield to protect his body at the end, he would have been dead. At this moment, Mo Fan would have already turned into dust. Looking around, Jun Xiaoyao said with an indifferent expression, "This son of God descended to the lower realm to kill the 10 great sinners. Are you all ready to go to hell?" Jun Xiaoyao's words made the expressions of the Gold Horn clan and Silver Horn clan's experts turn ugly. There was even a faint murderous light in their eyes. Just as the Golden Horn King was about to say that Jun Xiaoyao was overestimating himself, old ancestor Dongxian and the others appeared. 2 sages and 1 quasi-sage. With such a lineup, even if they were not invincible in the lower realms, they could at least sweep through everything. For the lower realm, even a single quasi-saint could change the outcome of a battle, let alone 2 saints and 1 quasi-saint appearing at the same time. That's great. The faces of the Black Heaven sect master and the Vice sect master were flushed with excitement. The hearts of the 2 great experts from the sinful clans sank completely. The Limitless Star Palace felt the same way. Mo Fan's expression was extremely ugly. Over the past year, his rise had been smooth sailing. To be honest, he had indeed become a little arrogant. Not to mention the geniuses of the lower realms. Mo Fan did not even take some of the geniuses of the immortal realm seriously. However, Jun Xiaoyao had only used 1 sword to make Mo Fan experience the fear of death. He felt that even if he had the tiny astral being, he would not be a match for Jun Xiaoyao. Gold Horn Clan, Silver Horn Clan, and the Limitless Star Palace leave none alive. Jun Xiaoyao's tone was calm and indifferent, but it carried an iron-blooded, murderous intent. Jun Xiaoyao had no pity for these sinners. He would kill them if he had to. As for the Limitless Star Palace, they had aided the evildoers and were the driving force behind this calamity. Naturally, Jun Xiaoyao would not let them go. Yes, we will follow Lord Sun of God's orders. Old ancestor Dongxian and the others had made their moves. 2 saints and 1 pre-saint were enough to completely turn the tide of the battle. Disciples of the Black Heaven sect cooperate with the June family and annihilate the sinners. The Black Heaven sect master yelled. Yes, the Black Heaven sect cultivators' morale was boosted, and they began their desperate counterattack. Jun Xiaoyao made his move as well. He held the coiling Emperor Time's sword in his hand, and a thick power of time spread out. Even Tao Reunion, Nirvana, Heaven Ascension, and Divine Flame experts would feel a sense of fear when facing Jun Xiaoyao's sword light, let alone cultivators of the same level. The Immortal Slayer's sword chant supported the coiling Emperor Time sword and Jun Xiaoyao's own powerful strength. Nirvana experts would be easily killed. Even Heaven Ascension and Divine Flame experts would be severely injured and on the verge of death. Jun Xiaoyao seemed to have entered a realm where no one could stop him as he slaughtered his way through. Yu and Su Ziqiang made their moves as well. Their methods were ruthless and decisive. Meanwhile, the people of the Limitless Star Palace panicked and began to retreat. They actually didn't need to get involved, but it was too late for regrets. The Limitless Star Palace didn't expect the June family of the Immortal Realm to send people over so quickly. Just as Mo Fan was about to retreat, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a familiar figure from the corner of his eye. Lu Qianqian. She. How is this possible? Mo Fan's mind buzzed. Didn't he torture Lu Qianqian until she was unrecognizable? The more miserable Lu Qianqian was, the happier he would be. But now, not only was Lu Qianqian fine, but her cultivation seemed to be even higher than before. Furthermore, she was fighting alongside Jun Xiaoyao. Her gaze toward Jun Xiaoyao was filled with deep admiration, infatuation, and longing. Damn it, it's all because of that son of God of the Jun family. He must have saved Lu Qianqian. Damn it. Veins throbbed on Mo Fan's temples. Lu Qianqian was his obsession. The more miserable she was, the clearer Mo Fan's thoughts were. And now, Jun Xiaoyao had saved Lu Qianqian, which undoubtedly aroused Mo Fan's anger. If I have the chance, I will definitely make this son of God of the Jun family regret saving Lu Qianqian, Mo Fan thought coldly. He also began to retreat. Mo Fan was not stupid. He knew that there was no way he could beat Jun Xiaoyao right now, unless he could get the treasure of the Star Palace in his memory. At this moment, Lu Qianqian also noticed Mo Fan, who was about to leave. Her beautiful eyes burned with anger as she let out an angry yell. Mo Fan, you coward, don't run! Jun Xiaoyao turned around and saw Mo Fan. Seeing this, Mo Fan took out a talisman and stuck it on his body. Then he turned into a silver light and fled. Is it him? Jun Xiaoyao was about to make a move. At this moment, a group of experts from the Limitless Star Palace surrounded him. Mo Fan was the core of the Limitless Star Palace. They couldn't afford to lose him. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Jun Xiaoyao held the coiling Emperor Time sword in his hand. As the sword vibrated, the experts of the Limitless Star Palace turned into dust. "EU, catch him!" Jun Xiaoyao transmitted his voice. Chapter 179. With the addition of Jun Xiaoyao, old ancestor Dongxian, and the others, the defeat of the two sinners and the Wuji Star Palace was only a matter of time. On the other side, EU was also chasing after the fleeing Mo Fan. "Do you think the young master can escape from me?" EU's expression was cold. He knocked a bow with one hand and pulled the bowstring with the other. 9 fiery arrows were fired. They turned into 9 fiery birds, locking onto Mo Fan and firing at him. EU, who had the golden eyes of Illusion Breaker, never missed his target. Mo Fan turned around and executed a move. A dazzling seal, formed from starlight, appeared. Boom! 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 After 9 consecutive explosions, the giant seal shattered into pieces. Mo Fan was sent flying as he spat out a mouthful of blood. There was a hint of resentment in his expression. Not only was he unable to defeat Jun Xiaoyao, but he could not even defeat Jun Xiaoyao's followers. No one else could be in such a state as the main character of the world. Surrender! EU raised his hand. His magic turned into a giant palm and grabbed at Mo Fan. At that moment, the void suddenly distorted. A shadow flashed and disappeared. In the blink of an eye, Mo Fan had disappeared. This, EU's giant palm missed. He frowned with a dark expression. After checking the surroundings, EU still could not find any trace of Mo Fan. Who saved him? Forget it. I'll go back and report to the young master first. EU frowned and turned to leave. On the other side, the battle was coming to an end. Jun Xiaoyao's men, including the people of the Black Heaven sect, had 3 saints and 2 pre-saints. This power was enough to destroy an entire continent. The Golden Horn Great King, the Silver Horn Great King, and the saint from the Wuji Star Palace all perished in the end amidst their unwilling roars. Although they were saints, their strength was obviously not as strong as old ancestor Dongxian and the others. Even though they were all saints, there were differences in strength. The Golden Horn King and the others were in the early or middle stages of the saint realm. Meanwhile, old ancestor Dongxian and the others were in the perfection saint realm. The gap between them was huge. Because the laws of heaven and earth in the lower realm were simple and crude, even if one could cultivate to become a saint, it would be very difficult for them to cultivate to lesser perfection or greater perfection. After the leader was killed, most of the remaining sinners were killed as well. The few lucky ones who managed to escape posed no threat at all. The group of people from Limitless Star Palace were naturally all annihilated as well. The ground was littered with corpses, piled up into mountains. The blood converged into small rivers. Everyone from the Black Heaven sect was covered in blood, but their faces were filled with excitement and excitement. All the female disciples of the Black Heaven sect, including the eldest senior sisters and junior sisters, looked at Jun Xiaoyao, who was shrouded in the light, with respect and longing. Jun Xiaoyao stood in the void with the coiling Emperor Time sword in hand. Although he had gone through an intense battle, his white robe was still spotless. He stood there like an otherworldly sword immortal. These female disciples of the Black Heaven sect from the lower realm had never seen such an otherworldly figure. Their hearts were all fluttering. The Black Heaven sect master and the others stepped forward and cupped their fists solemnly at Jun Xiaoyao. "Thank you, Master, for your kindness to the Son of God. If it weren't for the Son of God's timely arrival, our Black Heaven sect would have been destroyed." Looking at the remaining disciples of the Black Heaven sect, Jun Xiaoyao pondered for a moment. With a wave of his hand, large amounts of divine pills, elixirs, divine sources, and weapons piled up into mountains. Everyone from the Black Heaven sect was dumbfounded. They had never seen so many good things in their lives. To Jun Xiaoyao, these were ordinary things, but to them they were priceless treasures that they could not even dream of. "Son of God, are these for us?" The Black Heaven sect master's voice was trembling. These things might not be particularly precious to him, but to the disciples of his sect, they were definitely great opportunities. The Xiantian sect has been suppressing the sinners for the Jun family all these years. You have indeed made a great contribution. Next, I will go and completely destroy the Wuji Star Palace. The entire Star Land will be under the rule of the Xiantian sect, Jun Xiaoyao said. "Thank you, Son of God." The Black Heaven sect master and the others were excited when they heard this. They cupped their fists again. Jun Xiaoyao had directly given one of the lower realms 10 lands to the Black Heaven sect. This gift was too precious. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao casually give one of the lower realms to the Black Heaven sect, the eyes of many female disciples of the Black Heaven sect lit up. This was the magnanimity of the deity realm's Son of God. "By the way, Master Son of God, I have something to tell you," the Black Heaven sect master said in a serious tone. "What's the matter?" Jun Xiaoyao asked. "The ancient demon clan and ancient monster clan have colluded with the sinners. They might have betrayed us," the Black Heaven sect master said. "Oh, is that so?" Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows slightly. The Jun family had sent 5 great followers to the lower realm: the Black Heaven sect, the Dayan dynasty, the ancient god clan, the ancient demon clan, and the ancient monster clan. Among them, the ancient god clan, the ancient demon clan, and the ancient monster clan were similar to the Gold Horn clan and the Silver Horn clan. However, compared to the ancient god clan, the ancient demon clan cultivated demonic techniques, and their personalities were more demonic. The ancient monster clan, on the other hand, had the bloodline of the monster clan. Jun Xiaoyao was not surprised by their betrayal. They can't bear the consequences of betraying the Jun family. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed coldly. At this time Yu returned. I'm sorry to let you down. Yu was unable to capture that person. Yu lowered his head and cupped his fists. What's the situation? Jun Xiaoyao asked. Yu told Jun Xiaoyao about the situation. He was saved by a figure. Jun Xiaoyao pondered. Yu was incompetent. Please punish me, young master. Yu took the initiative to say, Forget it. It's none of your business. Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand. Although Yu's strength was more than enough to crush Mo Fan. However, Mo Fan was the main character of the Star Continent. If he was captured and suppressed so easily, it would be too degrading. What Jun Xiaoyao cared about was the identity of the person who saved Mo Fan. Was it an expert from the Wuji Star Palace, or was it someone else? Could it be you? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were deep. He had a guess. At the same time, in a desolate mountain forest in the Star Continent, space twisted and distorted, and 2 figures suddenly appeared. One of them was Mo Fan. He panted heavily with lingering fear in his heart. He turned his head and was just about to see who had saved him when he felt a powerful pressure. A young man in a blue shirt stood in front of him, his whole body flowing with starlight. His aura was innately incompatible with the lower realm, carrying a superior aura. Are you a genius from the celestial realm? Mo Fan's expression changed. He instinctively resisted and repelled the geniuses from the celestial realm. In front of the people from the celestial realm, people from the lower realm, like them, were like ants. Don't worry, I won't hurt you, the figure covered in starlight said indifferently. Who are you? Mo Fan's face was full of fear. Huangtian Mystic Realm. Yi Xingyun of the Yi family of the Ancients. Still looking for sign in for Sacred Body of the Ancients for free? Baidu directly searched. Very simple. Equals sign. Chapter 180. The Clan of the Ancients of the Mystic Realm. Mo Fan's face was full of fear and resistance. He didn't have a good impression of the Clan of the Ancients after what happened to the Jun family. Don't worry, the Yi family of the Ancients is not on the same side as the Jun family of the Ancients. I even have a grudge against Jun Xiaorao, Yi Xingyun said with narrowed eyes. Mo Fan finally understood. It turned out that the genius of the Yi family of the Ancients and the son of God of the Jun family were enemies. However, why would Yi Xingyun save him? Although the young master of the mystic realm is grateful for your help, what is the reason? Mo Fan was confused. Even if Yi Xingyun had a grudge against Jun Xiaoyao, there was no need for him to save a small fry like him. Although Mo Fan had risen in the past year, he didn't think that he could catch the attention of the genius of the mystic realm. Do you often have a dream where there is a star palace and a figure? Yi Xingyun asked with a deep look in his eyes. Mo Fan's body suddenly trembled. His pupils trembled as he looked at Yi Xingyun in shock. This was a secret he had hidden deep in his heart. He was the only one who knew about it. Even the others in the Wuji Star Palace didn't know about it. It seems like you do. Yi Xingyun smiled. As for why Yi Xingyun was able to find Mo Fan, the reason was simple. After awakening more memories in the Heaven Dao Tower, Yi Xingyun had read up on a lot of information. In the end, he found the legendary Wuji Star Lord. The Wuji Star Lord was born in the Star Continent of the Lower Realm. Therefore, Yi Xingyun didn't hesitate to descend to the Star Continent. As soon as he arrived at the star continent, the feeling in the dark became stronger. It seemed to be some kind of karma. Yi Xingyun searched all the way and finally found Mo Fan. However, the battle had already begun. The situation was very chaotic, so Yi Xingyun didn't do anything. Later, Jun Xiaoyao's arrival made Yi Xingyun's heart skip a beat. He hid far away, not daring to show his face. When facing Jun Xiaoyao, Yi Xingyun only had one goal. Be steady, be steady, be steady. Hide as much as possible. Yi Xingyun was afraid of Jun Xiaoyao. He would never go head-to-head with Jun Xiaoyao again until he got his hands on the treasures. Yi Xingyun had no choice but to intervene when he saw Mo Fan being caught by Yu. Seeing that his secret was exposed, Mo Fan immediately laid his cards on the table. Since young master knows my secret, what do you want from me? Yi Xingyun smiled and said, Don't worry. Not only will I not harm you, but I will also help you soar to the top. You should have some hidden opportunities, right? That opportunity could very well be the key to opening the Constellation Palace's treasures. When Mo Fan heard this, he immediately thought of the tiny astral being within his body. Was that the key to opening the Star Palace's treasury? Even though Mo Fan was still a little skeptical, everything Yi Xingyun had said up until now was true. Your opportunity can help us find the treasures of the Constellation Palace. When the time comes, you will have a share. Moreover, I can make you my follower and bring you to the immortal domain, Yi Xingyun said calmly. This was already considered charity. Mo Fan's expression changed slightly. He was the protagonist of the universe. He did not want to be anyone's follower. However, Mo Fan did not show it. Instead, he said, Then let me return to the Wuji Star Palace first. When Yi Xingyun heard this, he shook his head and sneered, There's no need for that. What do you mean? Mo Fan frowned. Knowing Jun Xiaoyao's character, I'm afraid the Wuji Star Palace is going to be destroyed. Let's go straight to the Constellation Palace's treasures. Yi Xingyun waved his hand. Mo Fan clenched his teeth. The situation was indeed as Yi Xingyun had predicted. After destroying the sinners, Jun Xiaoyao led the old ancestor of Dongxian and the people of the Black Heaven sect to the Wuji Star Palace's headquarters. The Wuji Star Palace was located at a place called the Wuji Star Cliff. As the former overlord of the Star Continent, the Wuji Star Palace naturally had a lot of resources. They even had a protective formation that could temporarily resist a saint. The news of the Jun family descending to the lower realm and helping the Black Heaven sect to wipe out the sinners spread like wildfire across half of the Star Continent. The Wuji Star Palace immediately activated their protective formation as if they were facing a formidable enemy. All of their experts were on high alert. They did not choose to escape because it was impossible. The surroundings of the extreme star cliff were densely packed with many factions watching the battle. After all, this battle would determine the future of the Star Continent. If the Black Heaven sect won, they would become the new overlord. If they lost, the Wuji Star Palace would continue to sit on the fishing platform. However, it was obvious that no one was optimistic about the Wuji Star Palace's chances. After all, the Black Heaven sect had the Jun family's help. A force from the immortal realms was invincible in the lower realm. Sigh, it seems like the Wuji Star Palace, which has been passed down for countless years, is going to be completely destroyed. A man in a white robe shook his head slightly. He was the saint of the Heavenly Star Pavilion from the Falling Star Pavilion, which was also a major force that specialized in star magic. However, the Wuji Star Palace is the overlord of the Star Continent. Even with the Jun family's help, it won't be that easy to completely destroy them, right? A brawny man with red hair shook his head. His name was Zhao Lai, and he was from the Flame God Path. Like the Falling Star Pavilion, he was a powerful force that was second only to the Wuji Star Palace and the Black Heaven sect. I've heard that the son of God of the Jun family is extremely powerful. He killed the people of the Wuji Star Palace with just one slash. As for the genius of the Wuji Star Palace, Missouri fan, who has recently risen to fame, he didn't even have the courage to challenge him. He just ran away. A voluptuous woman in a red palace dress said with a smile. She had a pair of phoenix eyes, creamy skin, and a voluptuous figure. Her black hair was tied up with a peony flower in it. Oh, could it be that Saintess Chu is moved? The saint of the Heavenly Star Palace smiled faintly. The woman in the red palace dress was called Chu Hongyi, and she was the saintess of the Red Lotus group. She was one of the famous geniuses of the Star Continent. Hee, just hearing all kinds of rumors about the son of God of the Jun family makes me very curious. Chu Hongyi didn't shy away at all. She was very charming. Those geniuses of the mystic realm are probably all useless. Many of them failed miserably. Zhao Lai snorted coldly when he heard this. TSK, what a sour taste. The saint of the Heavenly Star Palace clicked his tongue and shook his head. It was no secret that Zhao Lai liked Chu Hongyi. I think that the son of God of the Jun family will broaden our horizons again today, Chu Hongyi said. They had come here to wait for the battle between the Black Heaven sect and the Wuji Star Palace, and also to see the rumored son of God of the Jun family. Hongyi, don't think too highly of the son of God of the Jun family. I'm afraid you will be disappointed when the time comes, Zhao Lai said in a sour tone. Then let's wait and see. Chu Hongyi smiled charmingly. Right at this moment, a mighty battle intent and killing intent swept over from the distant horizon. The momentum shook the sky and the earth. It's here. After today's battle, there will only be one overlord left in the Star Continent. Are you still looking for the sacred body of the ancients? Check in for free. Baidu directly searched. Easy. It's very simple. =. Chapter 181. This battle was too crucial. It would determine who would be the master of the Star Continent in the future. Therefore, the Falling Star Pavilion, the Flame God Path, the Red Lotus Group, and other top forces had all gathered here to witness this battle. This battle would affect the situation of the Star Continent. In the distant sky, a golden divine light surged. A 9-headed lion that looked like it was made of gold stepped through the air. Every step he took caused the clouds in the sky to scatter. That kind of momentum was extremely shocking. Damn, could it be the legendary far ancient royal family, the 9-headed lion? Holy crap, I've seen it before. The 9-headed lion that I've only seen in ancient books has appeared in front of me, and it's the mount of the son of God of the Jun family. My God, who would believe it if I didn't see it with my own eyes? Countless uproars came from all directions. Just the 9-headed lion alone was enough to broaden the horizons of the natives of the lower worlds. It could be said that the 9-headed lion alone was enough to defeat all the young geniuses of the lower worlds, including Mo Fan. However, such a powerful 9-headed lion was just a mount to pull a carriage. This was unacceptable to the geniuses of the lower worlds. Wouldn't they be inferior to the mount of the son of God of the Jun family? Haha, Zhao Lai, can you beat that 9-headed lion? The Heavenly Star Saint chuckled. Zhao Lai's face turned ugly. He wanted to refute, but he couldn't say anything. Could he beat the 9-headed lion? Zhao Lai didn't believe it himself. Using the 9-headed lion to pull his carriage. This son of God of the Jun family is really impressive. I wonder how talented he is. Chu Hongyi's beautiful eyes were also filled with curiosity. She wanted to see the son of God of the Jun family with her own eyes. In addition to the 9-headed lion pulling the golden carriage, old ancestor Dongxian, Yu, Su Ziqiang, the Black Sky Sect master, and a group of Black Sky Sect cultivators had all arrived. Although they didn't have a lot of people, their aura shook the clouds. Disregarding everything else, just the 3 sages and 2 quasi-sages were already a decisive battle force. What powerful strength! Today, the Limitless Star Palace is in danger. The Heavenly Star Saint Sun and the others' eyelids twitched. The Falling Star Pavilion, the Flame God Path, the Red Lotus Group, and other forces only had quasi-saints at most. Today, the Black Heaven sect had 3 saints and 2 demi-saints. This force was more than enough to wipe out the Falling Star Pavilion and the other 2 major forces. On the Limitless Star Palace's side, the Sect Protection Array had already been activated. A layer of starlight barrier enveloped the entire extreme star cliff. Even a sage would find it difficult to break through the Sect Protecting Grand Array in a short period of time. On the Limitless Star Palace's side, thousands of Limitless Star Palace's disciples were ready. They were led by 2 saints and 3 demi-saints. It had to be said that for the Limitless Star Palace to be able to become the overlord of the star continent, its foundation was indeed not to be underestimated. Black Heaven sect leader, the Limitless Star Palace was indeed in the wrong previously. How about this? The Limitless Star Palace is willing to compensate for the Black Heaven sect's losses and promise not to be enemies with the Black Heaven sect in the future. How about that? A sage from the Limitless Star Palace spoke. This caused the various factions in the surroundings to be stunned. How could the mighty overlord of the star continent admit defeat without even fighting? However, on second thought, many people understood. The Limitless Star Palace was not afraid of the Black Heaven sect, but the son of God of the June family and the June family behind him. To put it bluntly, the son of God of the June family could easily destroy the Limitless Star Palace. Even the entire star continent could be destroyed in a matter of minutes. If the June family of the primordial era was angered, even the immortal region would tremble, let alone a small lower realm. The Limitless Star Palace did not know that the June family would descend so quickly. Secondly, they did not know that the person who would come would be the son of God of the June family. If they had known this would happen, the Limitless Star Palace would never have listened to M.O. Fan. Seeing the Limitless Star Palace admit defeat, the Black Heaven sect leader did not know what to do for a moment. To be honest, it would not be easy for them to break through the Sect Protecting Grand Array. Wondrous Book Network, they turned their attention to the Golden Carriage. Jun Xiaoyao was their backbone. The people around them all thought that Jun Xiaoyao might give in. Since the Limitless Star Palace had already admitted defeat, there was no need to be so extreme. Even the sage of the Limitless Star Palace thought so. However, Jun Xiaoyao's extremely cold voice came from the carriage. It was only a short sentence. Today, the Limitless Star Palace shall be destroyed. As the word destroy fell, a monstrous killing intent spread out. Jun Xiaoyao's thought changed the color of the sky and earth. By the order of the Son of God, kill! As soon as Jun Xiaoyao spoke, everyone no longer hesitated and directly attacked. Damn it, do you really want to fight to the death? The sage of the Limitless Star Palace had an extremely ugly expression. He did not expect the son of God of the June family to be so stubborn. Humph! You can't even break through our Sect Protecting Grand Array. How can you talk about destroying the Limitless Star Palace? Another sage said coldly, Is that so? Jun Xiaoyao's cold and playful voice sounded. He finally stepped out of the golden carriage. His divine appearance was handsome, and he was surrounded by a divine radiance. He was like the son of a god. Is that the son of God of the June family? Chu Hongyi was stunned. Her standards were very high, and she could even be considered picky. However, even as picky as she was, she could not find a single flaw or regret in Jun Xiaoyao. It was as if Jun Xiaoyao was the most perfect existence in the world. Compared to him, all the young elites of the star continent were no different from dregs. The heavenly star saint's heart also trembled, and he felt an extremely great pressure. As for Zhao Lai, he boasted that his strength was enough to be ranked in the top 5 among the younger generation of the star continent. But now, when he saw Jun Xiaoyao, he could not even summon a trace of battle intent. Is this the only thing you can rely on? Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand, and the coiling Emperor Time sword appeared. The The sharp sword light was accompanied by the power of time. At the same time, a terrifying black and white light gathered in Jun Xiaoyao's chest. What is the son of God of the Jun family doing? The cultivators of the various factions were puzzled. In the next moment, under everyone's shocked gazes, Jun Xiaoyao slashed out with his sword. 7 billion gene of divine power, the power of the 70 origin immortal bones, the immortal slaughtering sword art, and the coiling emperor time sword itself. This sword was even more terrifying than the one that had killed the people of the Wuji Star Palace. Not only that, Jun Xiaoyao also used the Supreme Bones ability, Nirvana Light of Samsara. The black and white Nirvana Light of Samsara also fused into this sword light. Boom! Jun Xiaoyao slashed out, and a large hole tore open in the void, revealing pitch-black spatial turbulence. Wherever the sword light passed, everything was covered by the power of time and samsara. Even a saint would not be able to break through the protective array in a short time. However, under Jun Xiaoyao's sword, it was covered in cracks and collapsed. Jun Xiaoyao's sword. Chapter 182. Jun Xiaoyao had destroyed the Wuji Starry Palace's protective array with a single slash. The starry barriers shattered into countless specks of light that scattered in all directions. Jun Xiaoyao stood in the void amidst the countless specks of light. His white robe fluttered in the wind as he pointed his sword at the ground. He looked like an ancient sword immortal descending upon the mortal world. All the cultivators of the Wuji Starry Palace were dumbfounded. That was a protective array that even a saint could not break in a short period of time. Yet, Jun Xiaoyao had destroyed it with a single slash. The two saints of the Wuji Starry Palace suspected that there was something wrong with their eyes. When the Black Heaven sect master and the others saw this, they were excited. Lord Son of God has opened a path for us. Everyone attack. The people of the Black Heaven sect, Patriarch Dongxian and the others all attacked. From the moment the protective array was destroyed, the Wuji Starry Palace's fate was sealed. Even though they were the overlords of the Star Continent, they still had many trump cards. However, it was nothing to Jun Xiaoyao. The matter of destroying the sect would be left to the Black Heaven sect, Patriarch Dongxian and the others. Jun Xiaoyao only needed to take one last look at the Wuji Starry Palace to see if there was anything worthy of his attention. He glanced around indifferently. The people of the various forces could not help but lower their heads. Even the Starry Saint, Zhao Lai, Chu Hongyi, and the other top prodigies of the Star Continent did not dare to look Jun Xiaoyao in the eye. Jun Xiaoyao alone had almost suppressed the entire Star Continent. All the forces had to lower their heads. Jun Xiaoyao retracted his gaze. He did this to intimidate them. In the future, the Black Heaven sect would be the master of the Star Continent. If these forces were to cause trouble behind the scenes, they would definitely have to pay the price. The result was not suspenseful. In less than half a day, all the cultivators of the Wuji Starry Palace were killed. Even if there were an extremely small number of fish that managed to escape the net, there would be people with low cultivation and would not amount to much. Lord Son of God, the Wuji Starry Palace has been cleaned up. Patriarch Dongxian and the others stepped forward and cupped their fists. Not bad. Jun Xiaoyao nodded faintly. The surrounding experts from the four forces were already incomparably terrified. In just half a day, the overlord of the Star Continent, the Limitless Star Palace, was annihilated just like that. Moreover, Jun Xiaoyao's tone sounded so nonchalant. Destroying the Limitless Star Palace was as easy as stepping on an ant. The successor of an undying power in the immortal realms is too terrifying. Many people felt their hearts trembling. In the eyes of these undying heirs, life was nothing more than ants. Tens of thousands of living beings died in front of him, but it didn't even cause the slightest ripple in his eyes. Jun Xiaoyao was as indifferent as the heavens. Let's see what the Limitless Star Palace has accumulated over the years. Jun Xiaoyao naturally would not let go of the opportunity to plunder. However, after a round of looting, Jun Xiaoyao was somewhat disappointed. There was nothing in the limitless Star Palace that could catch his eye. On the contrary, some of the dusty ancient books in the library aroused Jun Xiaoyao's interest. After reading for a while, he found some clues. The limitless Star Lord has actually entered the crack of the 10 worlds. Jun Xiaoyao murmured in his heart. Previously, Jun Xiaoyao heard from old ancestor Dongxian that only those with great fortune and perseverance could find and enter the crack of the 10 worlds. However, when he thought of the legendary experience of the limitless Star Lord, it was not surprising that he had entered the crack of the 10 worlds. Later, Jun Xiaoyao checked again. The limitless Star Lord had indeed left behind a Star Palace treasury. According to the records, the limitless Star Lord had even placed a token to enter the crack of the 10 worlds in the treasury. Does entering the crack of the 10 worlds require a token? Jun Xiaoyao asked old ancestor Dongxian. Old ancestor Dongxian replied, "In reply to young master, the crack of the 10 worlds is too mysterious. Generally speaking, only those with great fortune can enter. However, there are indeed some tokens that are rumored to have been passed down from the altar of martyrs. After obtaining them, it will be convenient to enter the crack of the 10 worlds." Jun Xiaoyao heard this and nodded. A new world. In this way, Jun Xiaoyao had to find the treasury of the Star Palace. Even if it was not for anything else, just for the token, he had to enter once. However, Jun Xiaoyao obviously would not go through the trouble of searching for it himself. In fact, he already had a guess in his heart. Divine body of the stars, kingly body of the stars. Yi Xingyun, you will help me find the treasury of the Star Palace, right? Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled into a faint smile. He was almost certain that the person who saved Mo Fan should be Yi Xingyun. As for why he saved Mo Fan, it must be because Mo Fan was the main character of the Star Continent's fortune. The opportunities he had were probably of great use to Yi Xingyun. Perhaps it won't be long before the treasury of the Star Palace appears, Jun Xiaoyao murmured, just as the situation in the Star Continent was beginning to settle down. In another place of the 10 lands of the lower worlds, this vast and boundless continent was called the Qianlong Continent. The entire Qianlong Continent was divided into the eastern land, the western wilderness, the Nanling Mountains, and the northern plains. In the most vast and prosperous eastern land stood the most powerful force in the entire Qianlong Continent, the Dayan Dynasty. The Dayan Dynasty was not a native force of the Qianlong Continent. It was a force that followed the Jun family. However, it was different from the Black Heaven sect and other forces that followed it. Not only was the Dayan Dynasty the most powerful force, but it was also the most domineering force. When they first arrived on the Qianlong Continent, they swept through all 4 directions and occupied more than half of the Qianlong Continent's territory. Even when the 10 realms were in chaos and the sinners broke out one after another, the Dayan Dynasty was barely able to hold on. It was not as precarious as the Black Heaven sect. A large part of the reason was that some of the people in the Dayan Dynasty were from the Jun family. Of course, they were not from the main branch of the Jun family. They were from the side branches or clansmen with thin bloodlines. They descended to the lower worlds for various reasons and then came to the Dayan Dynasty. As the members of the Jun family's side branches joined the Dayan Dynasty, the power of the Dayan Dynasty also became stronger. That was why the Dayan Dynasty was able to become the leader of the 5 great follower forces. As for the ancient God clan and the other 2 major clans, they were not in the Qianlong Continent. At this moment, in a pavilion in the Dayan Dynasty's imperial palace, a young girl in a lavender dress was leaning against the railing. Her facial features were exquisite, and her eyes were big and watery. Her lips were red, and her figure was slender, and her skin was like jade. She was like a flawless fairy, and she had a noble aura about her. This aura came from her superior bloodline. Compared to this young girl, the princes and princesses of the Dayan Dynasty were inferior. At this moment, the young girl was holding her cheek with her hand and looking at the sky in a daze. No one knew what she was thinking. "Big brother," the young girl muttered with melancholy. The 10 realms were in chaos, and the sinners had risen. The Dayan dynasty was also in danger and turmoil. Under such circumstances, the young girl did not know if the wish she had hidden deep in her heart could be realized. Just as the young girl's thoughts were drifting, a nervous voice sounded. "Princess Ing, Juning." Looked back and saw the 16th prince, whose clothes were wrinkled and looked a little silly. The 16th prince was the least outstanding among the princes and princesses of the royal lords of Dayan. Because he was a little silly, he was often rejected and mocked by the other princes and princesses. Previously, Juning pitied him, so she chatted with him when she had nothing to do. Who would have thought that the 16th prince would pester her? "Princess Ing, I." The 16th prince, Fong Han, stuttered. "What is it? Speak." Juning was kind and did not have the heart to send him away. Chapter 183. Be your cultivation companion. When Juning heard this, her rosy little mouth was wide open for a moment. She didn't expect Fong Han to say something like that. "I know Princess Inger may not like me, but I will change," Fong Han said hurriedly. He had a very good impression of this kind and beautiful girl. Before, when everyone rejected him, and even his brothers and sisters bullied him, it was Juning who suppressed the mockery for him and was willing to talk to him. In fact, they would even give him some cultivation resources to use. Who wouldn't love such a kind-hearted and heartwarming girl? Fong Han also liked her. It was only because of his inferiority complex that he delayed until now. Fong Han also summoned up the courage to confess. He believed that Juning couldn't really have no feelings for him. If she didn't have feelings for him, why would Juning take care of him? Fong Han, Inger thanks you very much, but it's impossible between us. Juning sighed and shook her head slightly. She was willing to take care of Fong Han only because she pitied him. If it wasn't Fong Han, but someone else, Juning would still treat them the same. This was not because of Fong Han, but because of Juning's kindness. Even if it wasn't Fong Han, but a cat or a dog, Juning would still take care of it. So, Fong Han actually had one of the 3 biggest illusions in life. She likes me. Princess Inger warehouse. Why? Fong Han's face was slightly pale. Although he already had some expectations in his heart, he still had some ideas in his mind. "I don't belong here, and I won't always stay in the hidden dragon continent." Juning raised her head slightly and looked at the sky. That was where she wanted to go. "Is that so?" Fong Han smiled bitterly. He also knew that Juning came from the mystic region. She was a noble member of the Jun family. Although it was only an insignificant branch of the Jun family, it was still extremely noble in the Dayan dynasty. What kind of person does Princess Inger like? Fong Han was still unwilling to give up and asked. Hearing this, Juning put her hands together and said with longing in her eyes, "The person I like must be as powerful as my brother. I hope that he is a hero of the world. One day he will come from the sky, with white clothes fluttering in the wind, and come to me on 7-colored clouds." Juninger's eyes shone. Which girl didn't want her lover to be a hero of the world? Hearing this, Fong Han felt even more bitter. There was a huge gap between him and the perfect man in Juninger's heart. Princess Ing, is there really such a person in this world? Fong Han was still unconvinced. Inger believes that there will be, Juninger said with certainty. After that, Fong Han left quietly. Although he was the 16th prince, Fong Han had no status at all. Every day, he had to clean the library. Because his confession failed, Fong Han was absent-minded while cleaning. He accidentally bumped into a bookshelf, and countless ancient books poured down, burying Fong Han in the pile of books. Damn it, even these books are bullying me. Fong Han climbed out of the pile of books, looking frustrated. Unintentionally, his hand suddenly touched an ancient scroll. This is. Fong Han was surprised and picked up the ancient book. The ancient book seemed to be made of gold and wood, and there were strange patterns on its surface. Fong Han groped around and suddenly found that there was an interlayer in the ancient book. There was a blue-gold scroll inside. It said, "The hidden dragon continent is under the command of the heavens. The order of the emperor, the god, sacrifice talisman." The order of the emperor, the god, sacrifice talisman? Fong Han was dumbfounded. Then he hurriedly stuffed the ancient book and the blue-gold scroll into his arms and tidied up the other books. Finally, he returned to his residence. Great, this is great. This is really the god sacrifice talisman, the ultimate treasure of the hidden dragon continent. I didn't expect that I, Fong Han, would be able to change my fate one day. Fong Han was overjoyed. The god sacrifice talisman not only contained many magical martial arts, but also all kinds of power could be obtained by sacrificing all living things. This was simply a cheat. Great. With this god sacrifice talisman, it means that I, Fong Han, am the hidden dragon continent's emperor. Fong Han held the god sacrifice talisman tightly. Inger, you are mine. No one can take you away from me. Fong Han's eyes were burning with desire and ambition. A person's ambition was directly proportional to his ability. If Fong Han did not have such an opportunity, he would not have any thoughts about June Ing. If he rejected her, so be it. At most, he would be sad for a few days. But it was different now. He had the god's sacrifice talisman, and he was destined to be the emperor of the hidden dragon continent. With such a status, how could he not be worthy of June Inger? Inger, I will grow up soon. By then, I will let you know that I am the hero worthy of you. Fong Han said firmly in his heart. At about the same time, in the western wasteland of the hidden dragon continent, a great battle was breaking out. Many soldiers and generals of the Dayan dynasty were killed. 2 sages with monstrous demonic chi swept across all directions with invincible momentum. Even the quasi-saint general of the Dayan dynasty was severely injured and was on the verge of death. Damn it! Which force are you from? Are you not afraid of the revenge of the June family of the immortal region? The quasi-saint general shouted angrily with his eyes wide open. He knew that these sages must have come from the immortal region. Therefore, the Dayan dynasty was like an ant to them. They were not intimidating at all. The general could only use the June family to intimidate them. But hearing this, the sage with monstrous demonic chi sneered. The June family is powerful, but they can't do anything in the immortal region, let alone in the lower worlds. As the sage spoke, he slapped the quasi-saint general of the Dayan dynasty to death. At that moment, a beautiful woman with a graceful body and flawless face appeared in the void. She was wearing a pink dress, and her hair was like a waterfall. She was beautiful, and her skin was soft and smooth. Her legs were white and slender. She was the goddess of the demon god palace of the Huangtian mystic region, Yen Ramen. She was ordered by the little demon empress of the demon god palace to come to the lower worlds to receive the heavenly demon crown prince of the heavenly demon royal family. The heavenly demon crown prince, who had the bloodline of an atavistic demon god, was very important to the demon god palace. The place where the heavenly demon royal family was sealed should be this demon sealing valley. Elder He, I'll have to trouble you, Yen Rumming said. Haha, it's no big deal. The sage with monstrous, demonic chi chuckled. He was a crane demon who had cultivated to become a saint. He struck out with his palm, and thousands of sword feathers appeared and bombarded the demon sealing valley. After 15 minutes, the demon sealing valley was finally broken. Endless demonic chi surged, and densely packed figures broke out of the seal. They were all heavenly demon royal family beings. There were some quasi-saints among them, and even heavenly demon royal family beings with the aura of saints. At that moment, among the heavenly demon royal family beings, an extremely handsome young man with surging bloodline power looked up to the sky and roared. This crown prince has finally escaped. The great Yin Empire will definitely be destroyed. Chapter 184. The incomparably handsome young man raised his head to the sky and roared, scattering the clouds in the sky. His bloodline aura was so powerful that it distorted the space around him. Behind him, blood energy rose, and the vague shadow of a demon god appeared. This shadow even made old he and the other monster saints' hearts palpitate. It was the pressure from his bloodline. The heavenly monster royal family was the strongest among the monster race. In the heavenly monster royal family's ancestors, there was a monster emperor, and this heavenly monster crown prince's bloodline had awakened the demon god's bloodline. This was a big deal for the entire monster race. "You've saved me." The heavenly monster crown prince looked at Yen Rumung and the others. Yen Rumung said calmly, "I am the goddess of the demon god palace. I was ordered by the little demon empress to bring you to the immortal region." Demon god palace? Haha, is it because of my bloodline awakening? If it isn't, does that mean the demon god palace won't care about the lives of the heavenly monster royal family? The heavenly monster crown prince sneered. Back then, the June family suppressed the heavenly monster royal family. The demon god palace didn't even dare to fart, let alone intervene. Therefore, the heavenly monster royal family must have a grudge against the demon god palace. Hearing this, Yen Rumeng shook her head slightly and said, "You also know the strength of the June family, and back then, you did indeed go too far and caused a great turmoil. The demon god palace could not protect you. Forget it. I don't want to talk about the past." The heavenly monster crown prince waved his hand. He glanced at Yen Rumeng. Yen Rumeng's face was perfect, and her body was graceful and flawless. Her skin was as white as congealed cream, and as smooth as butter. There was nothing to say about her figure. Her slender legs were hidden in her dress. If they were wrapped around her waist, just thinking about it made him excited. "What are you looking at?" Yen Rumeng frowned and said coldly, "You are called Yen Rumeng, right? The goddess of the demon god palace. You are indeed worthy of this crown prince." The sky demon crown prince did not hide anything and was very straightforward. He possessed the bloodline of a demon god that had undergone atavism. If he didn't die, he could at least become a supreme expert in the future. He was very important to demon god palace. It was also because of this that the sky demon crown prince could speak without restraint, even daring to tease Yen Rumeng. Let's not talk about such boring things. Let's return to the celestial realm. Yen Rumeng forcefully suppressed the coldness and impatience in her heart as she spoke coldly. If it wasn't for the little demon empress orders, she wouldn't have bothered to descend to the lower realms to receive some heavenly demon crown prince. Although the demon god's bloodline was rare, in this era of great strife, all kinds of freaks would appear. In the future, there might even be a direct descendant of the demon god. So what if the Sky Fae Crown Prince had a trace of atavistic bloodline? We must return to the celestial realm. But before that, I must unite with the other suppressed ancient clans and completely eradicate the Daein dynasty. The Sky Demon Crown Prince's eyes were filled with deep-seated hatred. Of the 5 followers, aside from the traitorous Ancient Demon Clan and Ancient Demon Clan, the other 3 forces and the 10 great Sin clans were almost irreconcilable with each other. The Sky Demon Crown Prince's personality was unruly. His royal family had been suppressed for so long. How could he not seek revenge on the Daein dynasty? Can you not complicate matters? When the June family comes, can you deal with them? Yen Ruming's expression was cold. The Sky Demon Crown Prince's expression changed slightly. It was impossible for the Sky Demon Crown Prince to not be afraid of this terrifying family that could easily suppress the 10 great Sin clans in the lower realm. However, he sneered and said, "So what if the June family comes? They are limited by the laws of the lower realm. The strongest of them are only saints. We royal family of heavenly demons do not fear them." Yen Ruming still shook her head. The royal family of heavenly demons had been suppressed in the lower realm, so they did not know what had happened in the mystic realm. He also did not know what kind of genius the June family had produced. When the son of God of the June family comes, it will be difficult for you to escape, Yen Rumung warned in a cold tone. Who is the son of God of the June family? The Sky Demon Crown Prince had never heard of him. He is an almost invincible existence among the younger generation of the mystic realm. Yen Ruming's expression was serious. Even if she was the goddess of the demon god palace, with extraordinary talent and a demon emperor's body, she was still extremely afraid when the son of God of the June family was mentioned. If it were not for the fact that she had no other choice, Yen Rumung really did not want to face that genius. An almost invincible existence among the younger generation of the mystic realm? Even the Sky Demon Crown Prince was dumbfounded. Are you sure he is not an invincible existence in the lower realm, but an invincible existence in the mystic realm? The Sky Demon Crown Prince was surprised. The Huangtian mystic realm was vast. Geniuses rose together, and kings competed for supremacy. Since ancient times, no one could truly claim to be invincible, even among the younger generation. But now he heard from Yen Ruming that the son of God of the June family was invincible. Are you trying to scare me? The mystic realm is so vast. Who dares to claim to be invincible? Who dares to claim to be invincible? The Sky Demon Crown Prince snorted, not believing Yen Ruming's words at all. In his opinion, Yen Ruming was just trying to intimidate him. That's all I have to say. It's up to you to believe it or not. I just hope you won't regret it when the time comes, Yen Rumung said coldly. Haha, don't worry. I won't regret it. If that so-called son of God of the June family really comes, I will let you know who is truly invincible. The Sky Demon Crown Prince smiled wantonly with invincible confidence. He had the bloodline of the demon god, which was the time when his ego was inflated. How could he listen to someone else's warning? Sigh. Yen Rumung felt very tired. She had a vague premonition that her trip to the lower realm this time might be in vain. After that, the Sky Demon Crown Prince and the Sky Demon royal family also prepared to carry out their revenge plan against the Dayan dynasty. Just as the Hidden Dragon continent was about to fall into chaos, the situation in the Star Continent had stabilized. The Black Heaven sect occupied the old site of the Wuji Star Palace and completely replaced it as the overlord of the Star Continent. Moreover, because of Jun Xiaoyao and the Jun family's reputation, many sky prides across the entire continent were trying their best to join the Black Heaven sect. With new blood, the Black Heaven sect would naturally develop better and better, just as the Black Heaven sect was developing in an orderly manner. There was a piece of news that swept across the entire star continent like a gust of wind. In the dark realm, there was a strange change, and a strange light appeared. This news shocked many powerhouses in the star continent. The Falling Star Pavilion, the Flame God Path, the Red Lotus Group, and other top forces could no longer sit still and prepared to move. At the new site of the Black Heaven sect, Jun Xiaoyao sat cross-legged in a palace. He did not leave the Star Continent to go to other continents to suppress the sinners, because he knew that something would happen in the Star Continent. Outside the door, Su Ziqiong's voice sounded, "Master, the Black Heaven sect master has something to report." "Is it finally here?" Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed with a thoughtful and wise look. He had long guessed that something would happen in the Star Continent. The Black Heaven sect master entered and cupped his hands to Jun Xiaoyao. "Master, son of God, you have always asked me to pay attention to the Star Continent. Now, there is indeed a change in the Dark Realm. Still looking for sign in sacred body of the ancients for free. Baidu directly searched. Easy, it's very simple. Equals sign. Chapter 185. What's the tenebrous zone? Jun Xiaoyao asked. He didn't know as much about the Star Continent as the Black Heaven sect master. The Black Heaven sect master replied, "Son of God, the tenebrous zone is a forbidden area in the Star Continent. It's an extremely strange place. The star continent doesn't have a sun or a moon, only stars. The tenebrous zone is pitch black. Even the light of the stars can't reach it. The entire tenebrous zone seems to have devoured all light. That's why it's a forbidden area in the star continent. I see. Jun Xiaoyao nodded. He wasn't surprised. There were plenty of forbidden areas and forbidden areas in the immortal realm. Jun Xiaoyao didn't think much of a forbidden area in the lower realm. What he was thinking about was whether the Star Palace treasures left behind by the Supreme Star Lord were in the tenebrous zone. You said that the entire tenebrous zone is pitch black, but there's a strange light coming out of it recently? Jun Xiaoyao continued to ask. That's right. That's why it's so strange. The Black Heaven sect master said. All right, I understand. I'll head to the tenebrous zone tomorrow. Jun Xiaoyao made a decision. The Black Heaven sect master's eyelids twitched when he heard Jun Xiaoyao's words. To be honest, the tenebrous zone was indeed strange. It even had special restrictions. Even he hadn't entered it before. However, when he thought of Jun Xiaoyao's identity and strength, the Black Heaven sect master immediately swallowed his words of persuasion. What forbidden area in the lower realm could threaten the son of God of the Jun family, just as the tenebrous zone was showing signs of abnormality? The entire star continent began to become restless. The geniuses and successors of various forces rushed to the tenebrous zone, hoping to get some kind of opportunity. Recently, there's been a series of major events. Heroes are born in troubled times. I must get this opportunity. A few firebirds flashed across the sky. Zhao Lai and other cultivators of the flame god path stood on them. Zhao Lai's eyes were burning with flames. After witnessing Jun Xiaoyao's prowess last time, Zhao Lai's heart was filled with fear and resentment. He was unwilling to lower his head just like that. Even the saintess of the Red Lotus group, Chu Hongyi, whom he adored, had fallen under the charms of the Son of God of the immortal region. The Falling Star Pavilion's heavenly star, saint, had similar emotions as Zhao Lai. He also felt that this trip to the dark domain was an opportunity. If he could obtain this good fortune, he might be able to catch up to the geniuses of the immortal realms. The Red Lotus group also rushed to the dark domain. I wonder if the son of God of the Jun family will come? Chu Hongyi's beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation. The dark zone was located in the northernmost part of the star continent. It was a desolate wasteland that was rarely visited by humans. Originally, this place was a land of death. However, over the past few days, the sound of wind whooshing could be heard every second, as all kinds of flying vessels and flying beasts arrived with groups of cultivators on them. Heavenly Tower, Blood Feather Sect, Tianluo Valley, on the Star Continent, all the top forces had gathered. Not far away, a firebird flapped its wings and a floating vessel flew over. There was also a group of people sitting on a red lotus platform. It's the Flame God Sect, the Falling Star Pavilion, and the Red Lotus Group, someone exclaimed. These forces could be said to be the strongest forces other than the Black Heaven Sect. Zhao Lai, Chu Hongyi, you guys are here to join in the fun. The Heavenly Star, Saint, shook his head and smiled. The dark domain has changed. Who knows if some treasure has appeared inside? Aren't you guys tempted? Zhao Lai asked. I'm not tempted. I'm here to see if the son of God of the Jun family will come. Chu Hongyi pursed her lips and smiled seductively. Zhao Lai's eyes darkened when he heard this. All right, no one knows what dangers are hidden in the dark domain. You can only obtain an opportunity if you're alive, the Heavenly Star Saint said. The three of them fell silent. They looked at the dark domain. It was pitch black, and even the light was swallowed up. However, in this deep darkness, there was a faint glimmer of light that flickered in the depths of the darkness. At a glance, it seemed to be very far away, located in the deepest part of the dark domain. However, The Dark Domain was a well-known forbidden area in the Star Continent. Not many people dared to enter. Most importantly, there seemed to be a special domain in the Dark Domain. Those with high cultivation would find it difficult to enter. Only cultivators below the 9th level of the Sage Realm could enter. In other words, only cultivators in the Divine Fire Realm could enter. Right now, a large group of people had gathered around the Dark Domain. However, no one dared to be the first to enter. They were all waiting for the others to move. Just as the situation was in a stalemate, a lion's roar sounded in the distance. A 9-headed lion pulled a golden carriage over. The son of God of the June family is here. Everyone's hearts trembled. Chu Hongi also paid close attention to him. The heavenly star saint, Zhao Lai, and the other geniuses also looked very serious. With Jun Xiaoyao around, even if an opportunity really appeared, they would not have a share. They would not even be able to drink a mouthful of soup. Jun Xiaoyao walked out of the golden carriage. He was still as aloof as ever, and his white robe was peerless. He only brought Yu with him. He did not even bring Su Ziqiang. Before coming, Jun Xiaoyao had already learned that the Dark Domain had a special domain restriction. Even if the Black Heaven sect master, Patriarch Dongxian, and the others came, they would not be able to enter. They could only wait outside. Therefore, Jun Xiaoyao only brought the 9-headed lion and Yu on this trip. Jun Xiaoyao scanned the surrounding crowd and did not find any special auras. Are they already here? Did they use a special method to hide their auras, or have they already entered the Dark Domain? Jun Xiaoyao wondered. The people he wanted to search for were naturally Mo Fan and Yi Xingyun. However, he did not see any traces of them now. Jun Xiaoyao looked at the Dark Domain again. It was a dark territory where not a single ray of light could enter. However, there was a glimmer of light in the depths of it. Because it was too far away, he could not see it clearly. There is indeed a special domain. It is more like some kind of screening and restriction. Perhaps the Infinite Star Lord doesn't want other experts to obtain his treasures. Or perhaps he's waiting for me to take back my treasures. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were deep. After thinking for a moment, he took a step forward. Yu and the 9-headed lion followed closely behind. The son of God of the June family has moved. He really dares to enter the Dark Domain. Oh my God, that is the Dark Domain, the strangest forbidden area in the entire continent. The son of God of the June family entered just like that. Jun Xiaoyao's actions undoubtedly caused an uproar. In comparison, many of the geniuses were ashamed. They did not even dare to be the first to step in. However, Jun Xiaoyao did not have any scruples. This was the invincible mentality of a powerhouse. With Jun Xiaoyao taking the lead, the other geniuses gradually became bolder. The heavenly star saint, Zhao Lai, Chu Hongyi, and the others followed and stepped into the Dark Domain one by one. Just as Jun Xiaoyao and the others entered, 2 figures appeared in the distance. They were Yi Xingyun and Mo Fan. Both of them were wearing a special cloak that could block all prying eyes. Jun Xiaoyao, this game is on my home ground. What are you going to use to fight me? Yi Xingyun smiled. Didn't he endure until now for this moment? To become an emperor in the end. Recommended reading. Load file 2013. Chapter 186. The Tenebrous Zone had been a forbidden area of the Star Continent since ancient times. Very few people entered it. But today, the deathly silence of the ages was broken. A white-robed figure, shrouded in celestial radiance, illuminated the land of darkness like an immortal descending to the mortal world. The environment of the Tenebrous Zone doesn't seem to be naturally formed. It's created by a man-made formation. Jun Xiaoyao vaguely sensed the fluctuations of a formation as soon as he stepped in. Jun Xiaoyao was even more certain that the Infinite Star Lord's Star Palace treasure vault might be hidden in the Tenebrous Zone. Jun Xiaoyao looked down and saw many white bones scattered on the ground. They should have been left behind by people who had entered the tenebrous zone in the past. In addition, there were many unknown beast bones. This showed that there were living creatures in the tenebrous zone. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was thinking this, the ground suddenly began to shake. Rumble. The entire tenebrous zone began to tremble. What's going on? Did something happen? The cultivators from the star continent who had followed them in all looked uneasy. If Jun Xiaoyao didn't lead them, they might not have dared to enter at all. In the distance, a dense black tide was surging over. Demonic beasts, demonic beasts. Some cultivators saw the situation and shouted loudly. No, they're not ordinary demonic beasts. Some prodigies also saw the abnormality. Those demonic beasts were covered in starry spots and exuded rich star power. These demonic beasts were all star beasts that could borrow star power to cultivate. And these star beasts were obviously more powerful and terrifying than ordinary demonic beasts. With such a powerful star beast tide and the tenebrous zone's realm restriction, experts above the divine fire realm couldn't enter at all. As a result, the tenebrous zone became a land of death. Looking at the incoming star beast tide, many cultivators panicked and began to regret their decision. They turned around and wanted to leave the tenebrous zone, but found that they couldn't tell the direction at all. There was darkness all around. Looking at the group of struggling cultivators, Jun Xiaoyao's expression was calm. The world was fair. Since they wanted to come in to find opportunities, they had to be prepared to pay with their lives. Of course, the world was also unfair, because Jun Xiaoyao didn't have to pay any price, and he didn't have to worry about his life. In this lower realm, there was nothing that could threaten him. Soon, the star beast tide collided with the cultivators. In an instant, the cultivators of the star continent released many martial skills. What was even more surprising was that the star beasts had also unleashed various star innate abilities that were extremely powerful. Among the star beasts, there was no lack of heaven ascension and even divine fire realm. At the same level, demonic beasts were usually stronger than cultivators, because demonic beasts' physiques were much stronger than cultivators. Sounds of fighting, screams, and sounds of killing rang out from all directions. Blood splattered blood, rivers of blood. Some cultivators' bodies were mercilessly torn apart by star beasts. There were also star beasts whose heads were pierced by cultivators. As for Jun Xiaoyao, he didn't have to. If any star beast dared to approach, EU and the 9-headed lion beside him could solve all the problems. EU drew 9 arrows, drawing 9 blazing arrow lights and directly piercing a huge star beast in front of him. The 9-headed lion was even more powerful. Its 9 heads roared, and the sound waves shattered a group of star beasts in front of it. The 9-headed lion was Jun Xiaoyao's mount, and its personality was a little strange. It was only so obedient in front of Jun Xiaoyao. In the eyes of other creatures, the 9-headed lion was the symbol of fierce majesty. The heavenly star saint and the others were also fighting hard. They looked at Jun Xiaoyao from the corner of their eyes and were all envious. They were fighting for their lives here. Jun Xiaoyao didn't even have to move a finger. Jun Xiaoyao and the others were also the ones who were advancing the fastest. Next were the heavenly star saint, Zhao Lai, Chu Hongyi, and the others. Although they were nothing compared to Jun Xiaoyao, they were already the top geniuses in the star continent. As for the remaining geniuses, only a small number of them could barely push forward. Most of them died. At the same time, Yi Xingyun and Mo Fan also entered the tenebrous realm. Yi Xingyun also had Uncle Fu and the other guardians, but they couldn't enter the tenebrous realm. They also encountered star beasts. But surprisingly, those star beasts stared at Yi Xingyun and Mo Fan and didn't attack. Instead, they knelt on the ground as if they were welcoming their master. Just as I expected. Yi Xingyun was even more excited when he saw this. He was indeed the son of destiny. Mo Fan's eyes flickered, and he clenched his fist slightly. The son of destiny? He was the son of destiny, okay? Mo Fan secretly gritted his teeth. He didn't die, and he even merged with the mysterious astral being. Logically speaking, he should be the main character who is favored by heaven and earth. If this tenebrous realm really had the Star Palace treasure left behind by the Wuji Star Lord, it should belong to him. How could Yi Xingyun snatch it away halfway? Although Yi Xingyun said that he would give Mo Fan some of the opportunities, Mo Fan also knew that Yi Xingyun would at most give him some scraps. Although he was unwilling, Mo Fan didn't show it. The situation was more important than him. Yi Xingyun didn't notice the unwillingness in Mo Fan's eyes. Even if he did, he probably wouldn't care too much. People from the immortal realms would instinctively feel superior when facing people from the lower realms. Not to mention that Mo Fan was just a tool in Yi Xingyun's eyes. All right, Mo Fan, without the star beasts obstructing us, we will reach the destination earlier than the others. When the time comes, we will rely on you to open the gate of the Star Palace treasure house, Yi Xingyun said. Yes, Mo Fan understands. Mo Fan lowered his head, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The two of them moved forward at an extremely fast speed. Not long after, a huge crack appeared on the ground in front of them. At the bottom of the crack, a magnificent palace could be vaguely seen. The whole palace was overflowing with starlight and shining brightly. It was the only light in the entire tenebrous realm. The light that Jun Xiaoyao and the others saw outside the tenebrous realm was emitted by this star palace. Great! Yi Xingyun was excited. He felt a resonance. This was an opportunity that belonged to him. Just as Yi Xingyun was about to reach the peak of his excitement, there was a sudden roar in the distance. Flaming arrows drew a line of divine light, and the angry roars of lions could be heard. Damn it, Jun Xiaoyao is here so soon. Yi Xingyun's eyes darkened. He hurriedly said, Mo Fan, hurry up, open the gate of the Star Palace. Mo Fan nodded slightly, and a ball of starlight appeared. This was the power released by the tiny star child in his body. This ball of starlight merged with the gate of the Star Palace treasure house. The next moment, there was a click, and the gate of the Star Palace opened. Recommended reading: Load File 2013. Chapter 187. When the doors of the Star Palace opened, an extremely rich star energy spread out. This aura made Yi Xingyun, who had the Star God King body, feel extremely comfortable. However, he did not have time to waste here. He immediately entered the Star Palace. Mo Fan followed behind him. Not long after, Jun Xiaoyao and the others arrived. Is this the Star Palace's treasury? Someone has already opened it. Jun Xiaoyao said when he saw the underground palace overflowing with starlight. He knew that Yi Xingyun and Mo Fan might have gotten there first. However, Jun Xiaoyao did not care. As long as the treasury of the Star Palace was here, the opportunity would not escape. Enter. Jun Xiaoyao led EU and the nine-headed lion into the treasury. Soon after, the heavenly star saint, Zhao Lai, Chu Hongyi, and the others arrived. When they saw the treasury of the Star Palace, they were stunned for a moment. Then they hurriedly entered, afraid that they would not be able to obtain the opportunity. As for the remaining geniuses, only a small portion of them had arrived. Most of the cultivators had died halfway. They did not even take a look at the treasury of the Star Palace. Inside the treasury of the Star Palace, Jun Xiaoyao and the others were shuttling back and forth. The entire treasury was divided into many spaces, and each space was filled with all kinds of rare treasures. I did not expect there to be such a treasury in the lower realm. The nine-headed lion was slightly shocked. It had an extraordinary background and had countless resources since it was young. However, the treasures here were so abundant that even it was a little dazzled. These are just the cheapest things. There is no need to waste time on them. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head. His standards were higher than the nine-headed lion's. These things did not catch his eye at all. The truly valuable things in the treasury of the Star Palace were in the deepest part. The The Heavenly Star Saint and the others had also entered. They were shocked when they saw the treasures all over the ground. I can sense that there is a rich star energy in front. The Heavenly Star Saint's eyes flashed as he rushed toward a compartment of the treasury. When Zhao Lai and Chu Hongyi saw this, they followed closely behind. This compartment of the treasury was like a starry sky. Many star-like crystals flickered within. That's a star core. The Heavenly Star Saint Sun was shocked. A star core was the core of a star's essence. It contained an extremely dense amount of energy. It could be said that the energy of a star core was roughly equivalent to a low-grade immortal source. As far as the eye could see, there are thousands of them densely packed together. A star core is comparable to a low-grade celestial origin. Chu Hongyi's beautiful eyes were also filled with excitement. Zhao Lai couldn't help but step forward to collect the star core. At this moment, a terrifying wave of energy rippled out. In the depths of the starry sky, filled with star cores, a huge star beast suddenly poked its head out. It was a star beast that looked like a giant Kuan, divine flame realm. When Zhao Lai felt the aura of this giant leviathan, his face turned pale with fright. The giant rock did not give Zhao Lai any time to react and swallowed him in one gulp. Zhao Lai had fallen. Run! The Heavenly Star Saint Sun and Chu Hongyi were scared out of their wits. They hurriedly turned and left. Divine Fire Realm star beasts were absolutely not what they could deal with. However, in the next moment, there was a popping sound. The Heavenly Star Saint Sun was swallowed by the giant Leviathan again. In the end, only Chu Hongyi was left. Her face was as pale as paper. With her strength, there was no way she could escape being swallowed by this divine fire realm giant Leviathan. Just as the giant Leviathan opened its mouth and was about to swallow Chu Hongyi, a sword ray with the aura of time swept over and pierced the giant Leviathan's mouth. Instantly, the giant Leviathan let out a painful roar. What followed was a flaming arrow, fearless lion seal, and other offensive moves. Chu Hongyi's charming face was filled with joy after surviving a calamity. She turned around and saw a white-robed, sword immortal-like figure. It was Jun Xiaoyao. EU and the nine-headed lion attacked the giant Leviathan from both sides. I didn't expect there to be so many star cores here. Jun Xiaoyao did not care about Chu Hongyi at all. The reason he attacked was because he saw those star cores. Each star core was comparable to a low-grade immortal source. These several thousand star cores were equivalent to several thousand immortal sources. The cultivation of the origin immortal bone did not require immortal sources. It could use any resources equivalent to immortal sources. Star cores were one of them. Thank you, Lord Son of God, for saving me. Hongyi is eternally grateful. Chu Hongyi's expression was one of joy after escaping death, but also one of apprehension. However, she bit her lip and braced herself to thank him. There's no need. I only wanted the star cores. Jun Xiaoyao indifferently replied. Chu Hongyi's lips curled into a bitter smile. On the star continent, she was the dream lover of countless male prodigies. However, Jun Xiaoyao did not even look at her. Chu Hongyi also knew that she and Jun Xiaoyao did not belong in the same world. After thanking him, she sadly left. Jun Xiaoyao did not notice that he had hurt the heart of a beauty. Even if he knew, he would not feel anything. There were many women who liked him. Did he have to comfort every one of them? Obviously not. Soon, the giant Kuan was killed by the combined attacks of EU and the nine-headed lion. Jun Xiaoyao collected the thousands of star cores. After collecting them, Jun Xiaoyao looked into the depths of the Star Palace's treasury with a faint smile. Next, let's see what kind of opportunities Yi Xingyun will bring me. On the other side, Yi Xingyun and Mo Fan, who had arrived earlier, did not waste any time elsewhere, although Mo Fan was dazzled by all the opportunities. However, Yi Xingyun knew that the most important opportunities and inheritances were in the depths of the Star Palace's treasury. They had also arrived a step ahead of him. Looking around, there was a thick and heavy bronze door in front of them. "Mo Fan, it's up to you," Yi Xingyun said. Mo Fan was infuriated. Yi Xingyun was using him like a tool. However, Mo Fan had no choice but to step forward and place his hand on the bronze door. The tiny astral being in his body sent out a surge of star energy. The bronze door opened with a rumble. "I'm almost there. The opportunity that belongs to me, Yi Xingyun. When the time comes, I'll be able to compete with Jun Xiaoyao." Yi Xingyun's breathing began to quicken. Finally, the bronze door opened, and the scene inside was revealed to Yi Xingyun's eyes. The entire hall was extremely spacious. There were 6 huge puppets lined up on both sides of the hall. The 6 puppets were covered in glittering stars. They seemed to be made of meteoric iron and exuded the aura of the sacred realm. "These are star-cracking puppets." Yi Xingyun was shocked. The star-cracking puppets were saint-level puppets. They were rare even in the celestial realm. After all, saint-level puppets were still very rare. Yet there were a total of 6 star-shattering divine puppets here. However, the most important thing was not this. It was at the center of the 6 puppets. There was a tall throne of stars. On the throne, a figure that looked like the sun, moon, and stars sat majestically. It was the figure that had appeared countless times in Yi Xingyun's memory. Recommended reading, Load File 2013. Chapter 188. The figure was tall and majestic. The star robe he wore seemed to be engraved with the sun, moon, and stars. Just like that, he sat on the throne of stars, deathly silent for eternity, like an unyielding sovereign. Yi Xingyun was so excited that his body was trembling. This was the majestic figure that had appeared in his memory. Although he could no longer sense any signs of life from this figure, his majestic aura remained. Yi Xingyun and Mo Fan were still feeling suffocated by the domineering aura. Is that the Wuji Star Lord, the legendary figure in the history of the Wuji Star Palace? Mo Fan was equally shocked. He did not expect the remains of the Wuji Star Lord to be in the treasury of the Star Palace. At the same time, the tiny astral being in his body began to emit a blazing aura, as if it was resonating with something. This. Am I the successor of the Wuji Star Palace? Mo Fan was overjoyed when he sensed the reaction of the tiny astral being in his body. Yi Xingyun looked at the remains of the Wuji Star Lord. What made him excited was not the remains themselves. It was the things around the remains. Beside the constellation throne, there was a silver longbow leaning against it. Although the entire longbow was filled with cracks, the aura that was faintly emitted from it contained a valiant aura. That's the Wuji Star Lord's personal weapon, the Star Destroyer Bow of Destruction. Yi Xingyun's breathing quickened. He had done his homework before he came to the lower realm, so he knew a little about the Wuji Star Lord. The silver longbow should be the Wuji Star Lord's weapon, the Star Destroyer Bow of Destruction. The Star Destroyer Bow of Destruction was a supreme weapon. It was almost at the level of a quasi-emperor weapon. The grades of divine weapons were divided into noble weapons, ancient sacred weapons, supreme weapons, quasi-emperor weapons, and monarch weapons. A supreme weapon was a weapon nurtured by a supreme weapon. It was extremely powerful. Although the Star Destroyer Bow of Destruction was destroyed in the battle with the Wuji Star Lord, it was still extremely valuable. However, this was not what excited Yi Xingyun the most. What excited him the most was that in front of the remains of the infinite Star Lord, there was a cluster of colorful, glittering substance that looked like mercury. It was the world source of the star continent. Yi Xingyun's breathing seemed to have stopped at this moment. How precious was the world origin! If he could obtain it and assimilate it into his body, he would be able to fuse it with the Star Extermination Bow of Annihilation and the various martial arts and divine abilities left behind by the limitless Star Lord. How powerful would Yi Xingyun be? Even Yi Xingyun himself could not imagine it. That's great. After enduring for so long, it's finally time for me to make a comeback. Jun Xiaoyao, let's see who will have the last laugh. Yi Xingyun took a deep breath and stepped forward, intending to obtain the world's origin. However, at this moment, a fierce and sharp gust of wind attacked from behind. I knew you would make a move, you ant. Yi Xingyun's lips curled into a cold smile. He turned around and executed his ultimate move, colliding with Mo Fan's attack. Following a loud explosion, Mo Fan's figure was sent flying as he spat out a mouthful of blood. If you follow me obediently, I might be able to grant you the identity of a follower and bring you to the immortal region. In the end, you were the one who brought about your own destruction. Yi Xingyun's eyes were cold. He wasn't a good person either. The descendants of the immortal forces understood the law of the jungle the best. Just like Jun Xiaoyao, these cultivators from the lower realms were like ants in Yi Xingyun's eyes. Even if Mo Fan was the main character of the Star Continent, it was still the same. You helped me open the door to the treasury of the Star Palace. That's all you can do. Die. Yi Xingyun threw a palm strike at Mo Fan's head with a surging aura. Mo Fan's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He was extremely unwilling to give up. At this moment, the tiny astral being in his body suddenly turned into a ray of light and entered the divine palace in Yi Xingyun's mind. Yi Xingyun shuddered as if he had been struck by lightning. In his divine palace, there seemed to be a towering figure that stood between the heavens and the earth. The tiny astral being had turned into the appearance of the Wuji Star Lord. How could this be? Inside the divine palace, Yi Xingyun's true spirit trembled under the terrifying pressure. I finally have a chance. I will make good use of your kingly body of stars in the future, the remnant soul of the Wuji Star, Lord said coldly. The tiny astral being was formed by the remnant soul of the Wuji Star Lord. Hearing this, Yi Xingyun shuddered as if he had been struck by lightning. The remnant soul of the Wuji Star Lord wanted to possess him? No, this is impossible. Am I not the reincarnation of the Wuji Star Lord? How could this be? Yi Xingyun's true spirit yelled in disbelief. Wasn't he the reincarnation of a Jizun? Why was the Wuji Star Lord trying to possess him now? How foolish. This Star Lord only used some small tricks, but you really fell for it. You were in the deity realm and had a protector by your side. I had no chance of possessing you, but now you followed my plan and took the bait step by step. You were never my reincarnation. I only wanted to possess your kingly body of stars and live a new life. In this life, I will enter the rift between the 10 realms and ascend the altar of heroes. I will open up a path that no one has taken before and become a martial monarch. The Wuji Star Lord's words echoed in Yi Xingyun's divine palace. He was completely dumbfounded. Yi Xingyun had never been a favored son of the heavens who was favored by destiny. He was just a tool that had been fooled and set up. Yi Xingyun had mocked Mo Fan before, calling him a tool. In fact, he was just a tool himself, and in an even more miserable state. The Wuji Star Lord was about to destroy his true spirit and occupy it. With the Wuji Star Lord's methods, he was confident that he could fool everyone. No, this can't be true. Yi Xingyun yelled and screamed. He had endured and schemed for a long time, but in the end, this was the outcome. Yi Xingyun almost lost his mind. He could not believe it. He was still thinking about getting his revenge on Jun Xiaoyao after got his hands on the opportunity. But now, his consciousness was about to be annihilated. Wuji Star Lord, I am a genius of the Yi family. If you do this to me, the Yi family will not let you go if they find out. Yi Xingyun was terrified. He could only use the Yi family's name. Don't worry. I will replace you perfectly in the future. The Wuji Star Lord smiled coldly. He had once entered the rift between the 10 realms and obtained a strange soul reincarnation method. This method could allow his remnant soul to live a second life, take over the body of a genius, and climb to the top again. From then on, the Wuji Star Lord had begun to plan. He had targeted Yi Xingyun. It was because his kingly body of stars could evolve into a divine body of stars in the future, and it was compatible with the Wuji Star Lord's attributes. As for why Yi Xingyun could awaken those memories, it was because there was a vague resonance between the divine body of stars and the kingly body of stars. The Wuji Star Lord's remnant soul had used this method to start his plan. As for Mo Fan, he was just another pawn in his game. In short, everything was within the Wuji Star Lord's plan. His remnant soul had directly annihilated the true spirit in Yi Xingyun's palace. The dignified genius of the Yi family of ancients had met his end in such a ridiculous way. It was truly lamentable. Yi Xingyun's expression returned to normal. There was a condescending arrogance in his eyes. Mo Fan was also completely dumbfounded. He did not expect things to turn out this way. Just at this moment, a sigh suddenly sounded. Who would have thought that the meticulous Yi Xingyun would end up trapping himself in the end? Wuji Star Lord, what a trick. Recommended reading, Load File 2013. Chapter 189. Yi Xingyun, no, he should be called Wuji Xingyun now, raised his eyes and looked forward. 2 men and 1 beast walked over calmly. They were Jun Xiaoyao, Yu, and the 9-headed lion. As expected of the Wuji Xingyun, who once made a name for himself in the immortal realms. Such means are really eye-opening. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. To be honest, Jun Xiaoyao almost thought that Yi Xingyun might be the reincarnation of Wuji Xingyun at first. However, after thinking about it, things might not be that simple. In addition, Mo Fan's appearance made Jun Xiaoyao even more suspicious. Until now, Jun Xiaoyao's doubts were finally resolved. It turned out that both Yi Xingyun and Mo Fan were just pawns in Wuji Xingyun's hands. Yi Xingyun thought that he was the reincarnation of Wuji Xingyun, but he was just a puppet. Mo Fan thought that he was the main character of the Star Continent, but it was also Wuji Xingyun's arrangement. In fact, Wuji Xingyun should be the main character of the Star Continent. Mo Fan was just a fake main character, and the mastermind behind the scenes had finally surfaced. Wuji Xingyun looked at Jun Xiaoyao with a condescending and arrogant expression. Jun Xiaoyao was indeed very strong among the younger generation, and his status was also very high. However, they were now in the lower realm, the Star Continent. This was Wuji Xingyun's home ground. Wuji Xingyun was also a top expert who had once dominated the world. Would he be afraid of a young junior? Jun Xiaoyao of the primordial family. After searching Yi Xingyun's memories, I also know that you are a powerful person. A sacred body of the ancients is qualified to follow me. Jun Xiaoyao's talent was so monstrous that even a big shot like Wuji Xingyun was secretly speechless, especially after searching Yi Xingyun's memories. Wuji Xingyun could feel that Yi Xingyun was almost afraid of Jun Xiaoyao. From this, one could see how important Jun Xiaoyao was to the younger generation of the immortal realms. However, when he heard this, Yu raised his eyebrows and shouted sternly, "How dare you speak such arrogant words to young master? How dare you?" He lifted the bow and pulled the string of the arrow. An arrow wrapped in the sun-true flame shot out like a fire dragon, causing ripples in the void. The limitless Star Lord's expression was calm. Although he had taken over Yi Xingyun's body, he was still a supreme being who had dominated the world. How could he not have some tricks up his sleeve? Are you also a bow player? The everlasting Star Lord reached out, and the shattered starfall bow of annihilation beside the starfall throne flew into his hand. Wuji Xingyun drew his bow and unleashed the full power of Yi Xingyun's kingly body of stars. The power of the stars in the 9 heavens converged and turned into a dazzling arrow that shot out explosively. The arrow broke through Yu's arrow and shot towards Yu. How can this be? Yu was surprised. He was the successor of the Yi clan and had the bloodline of the E-god. This was the first time he had been suppressed in the art of archery. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao clenched his fist. Divine power surged, and he punched out, almost shattering the void. The starlight arrow was directly shattered into specks of light that filled the sky. It's not very good for a supreme being to attack a junior like this, is it? Jun Xiaoyao said calmly. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao neutralize his attack with one punch, the Limitless Star Lord's eyes deepened. If it was the Limitless Star Lord himself, Jun Xiaoyao would not be able to defeat him no matter how powerful he was. But now, it was just a wisp of the Limitless Star Lord's remnant soul that had taken over Yi Xingyun's body. No matter how powerful the Limitless Star Lord's methods were, he still had to rely on Yi Xingyun's physical body. This was also the reason why Jun Xiaoyao was so calm. He was not afraid of the Limitless Star Lord, as expected of the sacred body of the ancients. I kind of want to possess it. The Limitless Star Lord narrowed his eyes slightly. In this life, he wanted to enter the crack of the 10 realms and step onto the altar of martyrs. He wanted to open up a path that no one had ever walked before. Therefore, for him, the stronger his physical body, the better. Only by surviving could he open up a path. Therefore, the Limitless Star Lord had a new idea in his heart. Then you can try. A cold light flashed in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. The Limitless Star Lord dared to target him. He did not know how to spell the word death. You're courting death. EU and the 9-headed lion were both angry and could not help but want to attack. Let me. You can't deal with him. Jun Xiaoyao took a step forward. Although EU and the 9-headed lion were very strong, they were still a little inexperienced compared to the Limitless Star Lord. Jun Xiaoyao held the coiling Emperor Time sword in his hand, like an ancient sword immortal. His entire body was filled with a transcendent, immortal qi and Taoist rhyme. He activated the divine elephant overpowering force and extended the demon wings on his back. His body turned into a blur as he charged directly towards the Limitless Star Lord. You dare to take the initiative to attack me? You have guts. The Limitless Star Lord smiled coldly. He was a supreme after all. Although he had only taken over Yi Xingyun's physical body, his strength was clearly not something that ordinary young geniuses could compare to. The Limitless Star Lord drew his bow 9 times in a row. 9 starry arrows formed a line and shot towards Jun Xiaoyao. It was the 9 starry arrows technique. Jun Xiaoyao's dermic powers surged and poured into the coiling Emperor Time sword in his hand. He swung his sword and supported it with immortal slaying sword art. Suddenly, the scene of a group of immortals falling appeared in the void. The sword shattered the space, and sword chi surged. The sword light that was filled with the aura of time directly annihilated the 9 starry arrows at the same time. Jun Xiaoyao stepped forward. He swung the sword light with one hand and formed the combatant formula with the other. A mighty torrent of divine weapons surged out and filled the entire palace. Jun Xiaoyao's powerful attack made the Limitless Star Lord's eyes flash. Clearly, it was somewhat beyond his expectations. However, the Limitless Star Lord's expression was still calm. He formed a seal with one hand and blasted it out. A huge seal that was like a silver mountain rumbled and crushed out. The divine weapons were directly shattered by the huge seal. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao activated the power of the divine elephant overpowering force. His surging blood qi erupted like a volcano. Above his head, a golden divine elephant appeared. It raised its head to the sky and let out a long roar. The entire star palace trembled. He raised his sword and 3,700,000,000 kilograms of divine power surged out. When the sword slashed down, the heavens were about to shatter. Even the calm, Limitless Star Lord's expression changed at this moment. Cracks appeared in the void around Jun Xiaoyao. It was because Jun Xiaoyao's physical strength was so strong that it almost broke the limit of what the space could bear. That was why the cracks appeared. Even if he has the sacred body of the ancients, his physical strength can't be so strong. The Limitless Star Lord was surprised. He had been around for a long time and had seen countless young geniuses. However, it was the first time he had seen someone as monstrous as Jun Xiaoyao. What was more troublesome was that the Limitless Star Lord had just taken over Yi Xingyun's body and hadn't completely familiarized himself with it. It was impossible for him to use 100% of his strength. Could it be that he, the Limitless Star Lord, would fail today? Recommended reading. Load file 2013. Chapter 190. Jun Xiaoyao punched out. He didn't need to use any moves at all. 7 billion caddies of divine power burst out, which was more terrifying than any great magical power. The spatial rules of the lower world couldn't even withstand such a powerful force. The space collapsed inch by inch. The Wuji Star Lord's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. He had been planning for a long time. At this point, he didn't want to fail miserably. Giant palm of chaos! The Wuji Star Lord attacked again. He stretched out his hand, which seemed to manifest a chaotic star. It collided with Jun Xiaoyao's fist radiance. Boom! There was a loud noise like thunder. Violent ripples spread out in all directions. In this violent collision, the Wuji Star Lord was the one who was knocked back. Blood flowed from his arm. The white bone stubble pierced his skin. However, the Wuji Star Lord didn't seem to feel any pain. It was as if this wasn't his physical body. However, the Wuji Star Lord's expression was one of shock and helplessness. He was shocked by Jun Xiaoyao's strength, which was far beyond his expectations. He was helpless because the Wuji Star Lord was restrained by the power of his physical body and couldn't use all his strength. Yi Xingyun's physical body was the kingly body of stars. It was already very good. However, it was still incomparable to Jun Xiaoyao's sacred body of the ancients. While the Wuji Star Lord sighed in his heart, he also used his ultimate move. He knew that if he didn't use all his strength now, he would probably fail miserably. The Wuji Star Lord's entire physical body was covered with a layer of starry divine light. Countless specks of light emerged from his body and dyed his body like a star map. This was the kingly body vision of the kingly body of stars. For ultimate star sky, layers of starry sky pressed down as if the power of all the stars in the sky had gathered together. This fluctuation was so powerful that it made EU and the nine-headed lion feel a sense of danger. Yi Xingyun couldn't use this kingly body vision before. However, the Wuji Star Lord, who once had the divine body of stars, could use it smoothly. King body phenomenon? Jun Xiaoyao looked at the layers of oppressive starry sky, his face as calm as an ancient well. Jun Xiaoyao stomped his foot in the air. Golden divine light surged like a tide, and in the surrounding space, shadows of saints appeared one after another. It was the saint physique phenomenon, reverence of the 10,000 saints. As the saint physique vision was summoned, a majestic pressure came crashing down and collided with the Limitless Star Lord's 4 stars Ju sky. The collision of the two phenomenons caused the entire palace to shake violently. The Limitless Star Lord was knocked back again. If the kingly body of stars transformed into the divine body of stars, it would naturally be able to resist Jun Xiaoyao's divine body. However, how could a king body avatar be a match for a saint body avatar? Seeing that Jun Xiaoyao had gained the upper hand again, EU and the nine-headed lion were excited. The master they followed was indeed an invincible existence. On the other side, Mo Fan was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that even the Limitless Star Lord couldn't deal with Jun Xiaoyao. There are talents in every generation, and each of them will lead the world for hundreds of years. Limitless Star Lord, times have changed. As Jun Xiaoyao spoke, he stepped across the void. He threw a punch, and the power of reincarnation spread out. It was the forbidden fist technique, the fist of 6 paths of reincarnation. 6 terrifying reincarnation vortexes appeared along with the fist radiance, as if they were going to pull people's bodies and souls into them and completely crush them. The limitless Star-Lord's expression finally changed. This forbidden fist technique made him feel an extreme sense of crisis, as if he was about to be pulled into the reincarnation cycle and destroyed. Crack! The punch cracked the limitless Star-Lord's body, and blood splattered everywhere. Yi Xingyun's kingly body of stars couldn't withstand Jun Xiaoyao's fist radiance at all. Not only that, Jun Xiaoyao's chest also glowed at the same time, and the black and white reincarnation light emerged. As the black light swept over, Yi Xingyun's body began to age rapidly, and his life essence seemed to be drained away. The bones of supremacy. The limitless Star-Lord couldn't help but growl. The sacred body of the ancients combined with the bones of supremacy was definitely a monstrous physique. No matter how strong and experienced the limitless Star-Lord was, he couldn't exert his strength with Yi Xingyun's body. As the saying went, a clever housewife couldn't cook without rice. The foundation of Yi Xingyun's body was there. The limitless Star-Lord wanted to, but he didn't have enough strength. Damn it, Yi Xingyun's body is still too weak. The limitless Star-Lord cursed in his heart. If Yi Xingyun was watching from the heavens, he would most likely be enraged to the point that he would die of anger. You King took my body, and now you're saying my body is weak. This can't go on. The limitless Star-Lord's eyes flickered. He stared at Jun Xiaoyao, and his previous thoughts gradually became firmer. Jun Xiaoyao's body was the most perfect. Only by taking over Jun Xiaoyao's body would he be able to carve out a path that had never been seen before. Limitless Star-Lord, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Don't live a second life. Rest in peace. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were cold like a god's. He held the coiling Emperor Time sword in his hand and stabbed it toward the limitless Star-Lord's forehead, about to destroy his divine palace. But at this moment, a speck of starlight suddenly escaped from his forehead and directly entered Jun Xiaoyao's forehead. Master! Master! EU and the nine-headed lion's expressions changed. At this moment, in Jun Xiaoyao's divine palace, the limitless Star-Lord's divine soul appeared. He had the divine soul reincarnation technique, so he was best at taking over someone's body. However, when the limitless Star-Lord arrived at Jun Xiaoyao's divine palace, he was a little dumbfounded. The limitless Star-Lord's eyes widened slightly. Logically speaking, with his strong mentality, it was impossible for him to show such an expression. However, at that moment, the limitless Star-Lord was truly astonished. What appeared in front of him was an incomparably majestic divine palace. The entire divine palace was like an immortal palace in the heavens, filled with immortal chi. The surrounding soul power had even turned into liquid, surging and surging. This is a person's divine palace. The limitless Star-Lord was completely dumbfounded, doubting his life. When he had taken over Yi Xingyun's body, Yi Xingyun's divine palace was only the size of a house. If Yi Xingyun's divine palace was a thatched hut, then Jun Xiaoyao's divine palace was the Lingxiao palace where the immortals in the heavens lived. There was no comparison between the two at all. How is this possible? How can such a divine palace appear in the hands of a junior? The limitless Star-Lord was about to go crazy. Even if he started cultivating soul power in his mother's womb, it was impossible for his divine palace to be so powerful. Of course, he didn't know that Jun Xiaoyao had been cultivating his soul with the chaotic divinity grindstone visualization method since he was 3 years old. And this magnificent divine palace was Jun Xiaoyao's harvest. Limitless Star-Lord, should I say that you are smart or stupid? You actually want to take over my son of God. Within the divine palace, Jun Xiaoyao's true spirit appeared, shining brightly like a god. Ha! Your divine palace is indeed beyond my expectations, but it's just as well. All of this belongs to me. The limitless Star-Lord raised his hand, ready to destroy Jun Xiaoyao's true spirit. How foolish! Jun Xiaoyao's true spirit sneered. He snapped his fingers. Then, a huge pitch-black shadow suddenly appeared in the clouds in the sky. It carried with it a sense of spiritual oppression. This is... The limitless Star-Lord's divine soul trembled, feeling a great terror that he had never felt before. Recommended reading. Load file 2013. Chapter 191. What kind of person was the limitless Star Monarch? He was an expert who dominated the world, and had even stirred up great waves in the immortal realms before. But now, the Infinity Star-Lord was trembling. His soul was shaking. Right now, he was only a soul. He was just about to destroy Jun Xiaoyao's true spirit when something like this happened. That huge shadow was finally completely revealed. It was a chaos divine grindstone stained with mottled blood. As the divine grindstone spun, it sounded as if a demon was crying. It made one's scalp tingle. The Chaos Divine Grindstone was the most powerful soul attack martial technique derived from the Chaos Divine Grindstone visualization method. This terrifying soul attack was the bane of all kinds of true spirits and souls. Its attack on the physical body was almost zero, but to true spirits, primordial spirits, souls, and so on, it was 200% lethal. No wonder the Infinity Star-Lord was trembling. What kind of soul attack is this? The Infinity Star-Lord couldn't help but yell. That horrifying, oppressive feeling was simply about to make him collapse. The Infinity Star-Lord wanted to leave. Since you're here, don't leave. Jun Xiaoyao's true spirit sneered. Within the Divine Palace, the Chaos Divine Grindstone, which was like a black continent, rumbled and crushed the void as it pressed down on the Infinity Star-Lord. A terrifying suction force exploded. The Infinity Star-Lord couldn't escape even if he wanted to. In the end, he let out a heart-wrenching scream before he was suppressed by the Chaos Divine Grindstone. Every time the Chaos Divine Grindstone spun, the Infinity Star-Lord's soul would be destroyed a little. No, I've dominated the immortal region for so long. How can I fall at the hands of a junior like you? The Infinity Star-Lord's soul let out an indignant roar. He never thought that he would fall at the hands of Jun Xiaoyao. His far-reaching plans, his ambition to live a new life, and his determination to pave a new path were all completely destroyed at this moment. The Infinity Star-Lord's indignation was obvious. The new generation surpasses the old. Don't you know how terrifying the new generation is? Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. He was born in a clan of the ancients. He had countless resources and unparalleled talent. He was born high and mighty and had a noble status. To a certain extent, he could be considered a late wave. Being slapped to death on the beach by such a rear wave was not an injustice. Ah, this Star-Lord is filled with hatred. Finally, the Infinity Star-Lord's indignant voice came from the primal chaos divine grindstone. A dignified supreme being of a generation had completely fallen just like that, vanishing from the world. In the outside world, EU and the nine-headed lion's expressions were filled with nervousness. As for Mo Fan, he did not leave. Because EU and the others were there, he couldn't escape even if he wanted to. Did the Wuji Star-Lord successfully take over his body? Mo Fan wondered. If the limitless Star-Lord succeeded in seizing the body, then he might have a chance to survive. In the next moment, Jun Xiaoyao finally opened his eyes. His gaze was still clear and calm. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes met Mo Fan's. His eyes flickered with a hint of mockery, causing Mo Fan's heart to sink. Mo Fan, do you really want to see the Son of God being possessed? Jun Xiaoyao's words instantly made Mo Fan's face turn as pale as a sheet. Meanwhile, EU and the nine-headed lion let out relieved sighs. Their expressions were full of admiration. Even the Wuji Star-Lord could not do anything to Jun Xiaoyao when he tried to possess him. The Wuji Star-Lord. Mo Fan's voice was trembling. He won't live a second life, Jun Xiaoyao said coldly. Mo Fan's heart trembled when he heard that. It was obvious that the Wuji Star-Lord was completely dead. Mo Fan immediately dropped to his knees and kowtowed. I was wrong. Please spare my life. Son of God of the Jun family. Spare your life? You've brought calamity to the Black Heavens sect by releasing the sinners. Even if you had 100 lives, it wouldn't be enough to make up for your sins. Jun Xiaoyao's voice was as cold as ice. Without hesitation, he threw a slap at Mo Fan. No. Mo Fan rose to his feet and turned around to escape. Pooh! After the slap, Mo Fan's figure was nowhere to be seen. He exploded into a cloud of blood mist. He could not be any more dead. At this point, the problems here were solved. Yi Xingyun was possessed, the Wuji Star-Lord was killed by Jun Xiaoyao, and Mo Fan was dead. Jun Xiaoyao picked up the Star Destroyer Bow of Destruction. It's a decent supreme weapon. It might even evolve into a boundary weapon in the future. Jun Xiaoyao glanced at the Star Destroyer Bow, then tossed it to EU. Master this. EU was stunned as he held the Star Destroyer Bow of Destruction. It was a supreme weapon. If it was repaired and nurtured, it might evolve into a boundary weapon. Jun Xiaoyao had just tossed such a rare weapon to him. Master, this is too valuable. You can't take it. You cupped his hands and handed over the Star Destroyer Bow of Destruction. Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand and said, just take it. Do you think your master is someone who needs a supreme weapon? He already had the Pan Huang life sword. If he really wanted a boundary weapon, even the Jun family would give it to him. Therefore, Jun Xiaoyao did not lack weapons. This Star Destroyer Bow of Destruction was just right for EU to use. It would be of great value in his hands. EU thought about it for a bit and found that it made sense. After all, Jun Xiaoyao had no shortage of weapons. However, his sincere attitude still touched EU's heart. He bowed 3 times to Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao glanced at the 6-star splitting divine puppets and put them away in his space magic tool. 6 saint-level star splitting divine puppets were rare even in the celestial realm. In this lower realm, they could be of great use. Next, he could use them to suppress the other sinners. However, the saint-level star splitting divine puppets had a huge price to pay. At the very least, he would need a low-grade celestial origin or a star core. Fortunately, Jun Xiaoyao had obtained thousands of star cores previously. Otherwise, he would be a little reluctant to use them. In the end, Jun Xiaoyao's gaze landed on the star throne, on the ball of world origin. Jun Xiaoyao stepped forward to take a look. The star continent's world origin was also colorful. It was filled with star-like light spots. Jun Xiaoyao had already obtained a small part of the Tianqian continent's world origin from Linfeng. Now, in front of Jun Xiaoyao, was the entire star continent's world origin. Even someone like Jun Xiaoyao, who had seen plenty of treasures, could not help but exclaim as he sensed the boundless mystical aura contained within the origin of the world. Originally, after the infinite star Lord possessed the body, he should have refined this ball of world origin himself. In the end, it was all for Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao put this ball of world origin into his bag. He wanted to open up his own path and use his body as a seed. Therefore, this world origin naturally would not be used as a celestial seed. It would become his resource. When this matter is over, it's about time to return to the Tianqian continent and cut off Linfeng, this leak. Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. Recommended reading. Load 2013. Chapter 192. That was because he wanted to carve out a path that belonged solely to him. And this path was obviously not easy to open. The energy required would definitely be huge. Therefore, Jun Xiaoyao had to prepare for a rainy day. He felt that the world origin might be the most useful auxiliary item. The more the better. Now he already had the world origin of the star continent and a small part of the Tianqian continent. Next, Jun Xiaoyao was ready to harvest Linfeng. After such a long time, Linfeng should have obtained the remaining world origin of the Tianqian continent. after obtaining the world origin of the star continent. This palace seemed to have nothing else to take. In the end, Jun Xiaoyao's gaze fell on the remains of the infinite Star Lord. That was his corpse from his previous life, covered in wounds and sitting majestically on the throne. From the looks of it, he seemed like a formidable character. If he hadn't met Jun Xiaoyao, he might have succeeded in living a second life. Jun Xiaoyao stepped forward and glanced at the remains of the infinite Star Lord, revealing a thoughtful expression, and then raised his hand. Damn, Master wants to touch the corpse. The nine-headed lion was speechless. Jun Xiaoyao was truly a *king, ruthless man. He didn't even let go of the opportunity to touch the corpse. After groping for a while, Jun Xiaoyao withdrew his hand, and there was a sachet in his hand. Yes, that's right, it was a sachet, and it emitted a faint fragrance that lingered for a long time. Damn, the infinite Star Lord was a sissy, and he actually used a woman's sachet? The nine-headed lion's 9 heads showed a surprised expression. Jun Xiaoyao chuckled and shook his head. This is not the infinite Star Lord's own thing, it's a token. A token? The nine-headed lion tilted his head. A token to enter the crack of the 10 worlds, Jun Xiaoyao said. Previously, old ancestor Dong Xian had told him that only some people with great luck and perseverance could enter the crack of the 10 worlds. There was another way, which was to enter through a token. The altar of the martyrs in the crack of the 10 worlds had countless ancient heroes who wanted to prove their Tao on it and open up an unprecedented path. However, most of them died. After they died, it was inevitable that they would leave behind some relics that were tainted with the aura of the martyrs' altar and eventually spread out. The geniuses outside could find the entrance of the 10 worlds through the aura of the token. And this sachet was obviously left behind by a female hero. After putting the sachet away, Jun Xiaoyao was ready to leave. He obtained thousands of star cores, 6 star-splitting divine puppets, the star continent's origin, and the token to enter the crack of the 10 worlds. As for the star-bane bow of destruction, it was given to EU. The remaining treasures of the Constellation Palace were of no interest to him. However, he didn't waste it and told EU and the nine-headed lion to keep it. In the future, he could leave it to the Xiantian sect as a resource. After Jun Xiaoyao, he left the Dark Lord to leave the Dark Xian Xiaoyao. The moment Jun Xiaoyao stepped out of the Dark Lord, a terrifying aura erupted. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted, bringing with it extreme anger. 3 figures stood in the void. They all exuded powerful quasi-sage auras. Heaven's 3 quasi-sages. Some cultivators who were lucky enough to walk out of the Dark Lord felt their scalps go numb. Where did these 3 quasi-sages come from? No, they seemed to be targeting the Jun family's son of God. Some cultivators noticed. The 3 quasi-sages locked their eyes on Jun Xiaoyao. Ba Shanai, divine son. Chu Hongyi, who had just walked out of the Star Palace, also had a worried look in her eyes. If it weren't for Jun Xiaoyao's help, she wouldn't have walked out of the Star Palace's treasury alive. Therefore, she was naturally worried when she saw Jun Xiaoyao in danger. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, looked calm. He looked up and said calmly, "What is the meaning of this? 3 quasi-sages of the Yi family." Jun Xiaoyao had long guessed that Yi Xingyun couldn't have gone to the lower realm without a guardian. However, due to the restrictions of the Dark Lord, the guardian couldn't enter. Among the 3 quasi-sages, an old man with a goatee stepped forward. Jun Xiaoyao was no stranger to him. This old man was Yi Xingyun's old servant, Uncle Fu. Son of God of the Jun family, young Master Xingyun's soul lamp has been extinguished. Uncle Fu's face was filled with sorrow. The 2 quasi-sages next to him stared at Jun Xiaoyao with eyes as sharp as eagles. They all knew that Yi Xingyun and Jun Xiaoyao had many conflicts. If there was anyone who was most suspicious of Yi Xingyun's death, it was undoubtedly Jun Xiaoyao. Moreover, In the Dark Lord of the Lower Realm, the only person who had the ability to kill Yi Xingyan was Jun Xiaoyao. What if I say that I didn't kill him? Jun Xiaoyao said calmly. It wasn't that he was afraid and wanted to explain himself. It wasn't his fault in the first place. Why should he take the blame? If you didn't kill him, who else can kill young Master Yi other than you? The two quasi-sages next to Uncle Fu snorted coldly. Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows and his face suddenly darkened. I, the son of God, am explaining myself because I don't want to take the blame for no reason. Do you really think that I, the son of God, am afraid of you? As Jun Xiaoyao finished speaking, his cold aura silenced the two quasi-sages for a moment. They couldn't say anything harsh. In terms of cultivation, they weren't afraid of Jun Xiaoyao. However, in terms of status, they couldn't afford to offend Jun Xiaoyao. Uncle Fu waved his hand and said, Master, son of God, please calm down. I just want to know the truth about young Master's death. Uncle Fu's attitude made Jun Xiaoyao's expression soften a little. Then he gave a simple explanation. I can't believe it. When Uncle Fu heard this, the sadness in his eyes deepened. He didn't expect that Yi Xingyun didn't die at the hands of Jun Xiaoyao. Instead, he died in such a sullen way. Is that really the case? The other two quasi-sages looked doubtful. Jun Xiaoyao sneered and said, If I, the son of God, did it, I would have killed him. But would I, the son of God, not admit to killing Yi Xingyan? His words made the eyelids of the two quasi-sages twitch. Only the son of God of the Jun family would dare to say such a thing. Thank you, son of God, for clearing my doubts. Sigh. Young Master Xingyan fell because of his own pride. Uncle Fu's face was full of sadness. He felt that he had aged a little in an instant. Jun Xiaoyao sighed softly and said, It's Yi Xingyun's good fortune to have such a loyal servant like you. Don't say that. I'm not qualified. Uncle Fu sighed and casually cupped his hands. He was a little disheartened. Then they left, ready to bring the bad news back to the Yi family. This kind of thing was actually quite common. In the era of great battles, it was normal for geniuses to fall. Yi Xingyan was just one of the countless splashes. He disappeared without a trace. Next, it's time to make a trip back to the Tianxian continent. Then, I'll deal with the other sinners and find Jun Wanji's sister. Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. Just as the last storm in the Star Continent was nearing its end, the Star Continent was about to settle down. In the Tianxian continent, great waves were stirred up. Many of the archaic sacred mountains in the central Forbidden Land joined forces to conquer the 4 domains of the East, West, North, and South in order to establish the order of the archaic races. The first to bear the brunt was the human forces led by the Dongxian Dao sect. They suffered a devastating blow, especially the Dongxian Dao sect. Because it was a surprise attack, the entire Dongxian Dao sect was caught off guard by the archaic sacred mountains. Other than the Dongxian sect master and a few experts who managed to escape with injuries, all the other cultivators of the Dongxian Dao sect were annihilated. This news shook the entire 4 domains of the East, West, North, and South. Chapter 193. Tianxian Continent, Eastern Xian Region, a human holy land. Sounds of killing rose from all directions, and smoke soared to the sky. In the sky, giant demonic spiders appeared one after another. On the ground, holes appeared, and pitch-black and ferocious demonic spiders surged out. They came from an immemorial divine mountain in the central forbidden zone of the Tianxian continent called the Demonic Divine Mountain. The Celestial Demonic Spider Clan resided there. The Celestial Demonic Spider Clan was an extremely powerful immemorial royal clan. They loved to kill, and their methods were cruel. Soon, this human holy land was close to being destroyed. On the other side, in a human temple in the western Xian region, a great battle also broke out. Giants as tall as 10 meters appeared one after another. Their skin seemed to be covered with a layer of rock armor. Not only did they have astonishing defensive power, but they also had extraordinary strength. They came from the southern meteorite Divine Mountain and were an immemorial race of stone giants. The human race must be destroyed. From now on, the Tianshan continent is the world of the immemorial races. A stone giant of the saint realm roared and hammered a pre-saint old monk to death with a giant stick. The same scene played out in the 4 regions of the Tianshan continent. The immemorial Divine Mountain, with terrifying strength, wanted to take advantage of the chaos of the 10 worlds to wash the world with blood and establish the supreme order of the immemorial races. Facing the sudden attack of the immemorial Divine Mountain, the human holy lands and reclusive families did not react at all. They were caught off guard and suffered heavy losses. However, to be honest, even if the human race had time to react, the result would not have changed much. The Central Forbidden Zone was called the Central Forbidden Zone because the immemorial races had too deep and powerful a foundation. The human forces could not deal with them at all. That was why they called it the Forbidden Zone. Therefore, now that the immemorial races wanted to wash the Tianshan continent with blood, even if the human forces were prepared, they could not resist. At this moment, in the Eastern Xiandao sect, looking around, it was already in ruins. Broken walls and debris were scattered everywhere. Countless corpses of Eastern Xiandao sect cultivators lay scattered on the ground. A group of beings with green wings on their backs stood in the air. It was the Azure Sky Great Rock clan of the Azure Sky Divine Mountain. However, there was an anomaly among this group of Azure Sky Great Rock clan creatures. It was a young man in green robes with a bone-chilling and vengeful look in his eyes. It was Lin Feng. Dongxian Dao sect, you obeyed Jun Xiaoyao and annihilated my Lin clan. You even caused the deaths of my father and the others. This is the price you have to pay. Lin Feng looked furious. Back then, when Jun Xiaoyao had said that he wanted to annihilate the Lin family, Dongshuan's sect leader had been the first to step forward. He probably didn't expect that the small family he had annihilated back then would be retaliated against in such a way, other than the Dongxian sect master and a few other experts. All the other cultivators of the Dongxian Dao sect had perished here. As Lin Feng was in a bad mood, a slim young woman with short cyan hair came to him and comforted him. Lin Feng, don't be sad. At least the Dongxian Dao sect has been destroyed. We've avenged your clan. This young girl with short azure hair was precisely the young genius of the Azure Sky Divine Mountain, Pengling. She and her brother, Peng Fei, had discovered that Lin Feng was unconscious. The reason why she cared so much about Lin Feng was because she liked him. Why do you think I like her? Don't ask. If you do, you're a main character. Lin Feng was the main character of the Tianshan continent. If he couldn't even conquer a young woman, how could he be a main character? If Jun Xiaoyao had relied on his charm to conquer millions of young women, then Lin Feng was the main character. But Lin Feng was just a main character. His experiences of ups and downs, as well as his tenacious character, caused Pengling to have a good impression of him. When Lin Feng heard Pengling's words of comfort, his hatred didn't lessen. I haven't avenged my clan. The root of all this is Jun Xiaoyao. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be in such a miserable state. If it weren't for him, Ziyan wouldn't have died. If it weren't for him, the Lin family wouldn't have been annihilated. Therefore, I, Lin Feng, have to kill Jun Xiaoyao with my own hands. Otherwise, I won't be able to get rid of my hatred. Lin Feng ground his teeth. Hee, I also want to see Jun Xiaoyao. I wonder if he's stronger than the golden winged rock of the celestial region? Said Pengling's brother, Peng Fei. He was curious and looked like he wanted to fight. In his eyes, the golden winged rock was invincible in the celestial region. As for that Jun Xiaoyao, he wondered how much of the little rock king's powers he was capable of. Thank you very much, brother Peng Fei. But I still want to fight against Jun Xiaoyao with my own hands, said Lin Feng. During that time, Lin Feng hadn't let Jun Xiaoyao down. He had collected all the original strengths of the world. His current strength was much, much stronger than before. "So where are we going now?" asked Peng Ling. "There's only one place. The patriarch of the Dongxian clan and the others are probably going there. All the influential groups of the human world are probably going there," said Lin Feng coldly. "Lin Feng, what place are you talking about?" asked Peng Ling. "The Na clan's territory, the ancient spiritual mountain," said Lin Feng. Why was Lin Feng so sure? It was because the Na clan was already a famous clan in the Tian Shan continent. The ancient, godly mountains were wreaking havoc in the world. The only place where the influential groups of the human world could take refuge was the Na clan. "Since it's that way, let's gather the other ancient, godly mountains and attack the Na clan together," said Peng Fei. In fact, it was exactly as Lin Feng had expected. Many influential groups of the Tian Shan continent were gathering towards the Na clan. Why? Naturally, that was because the Nalan family had something to do with Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao was a human from the immortal region and the son of God of the clan of the ancients. Nobody could compare with him in terms of status and influence. In the hearts of the people of the Tian Shan continent, the son of God of the Jun clan was the only one who could confront the ancient, godly mountains. Apart from the son of God of the Jun clan, the influential groups couldn't find anyone else who could lead them against the ancient, godly mountains. At that moment, the Na clan of the ancient spiritual mountain was also in a mess. The patriarch of the Dongxian clan and a few others had escaped with serious injuries. "Patriarch of the Na clan, you must send a message to the Son of God and ask him to come and help us," said the patriarch of the Dongxian clan. "Sai, we don't have his contact information. Besides, he has his own things to do. We can't disturb him," sighed Nalan Zhan. He also wanted to find Jun Xiaoyao, but he didn't have his contact information. Even if he did, they wouldn't dare to disturb Jun Xiaoyao. "Then what should we do? The ancient, godly mountains will attack soon. When that time comes, we will all be finished." The patriarch of the Dongxian clan cried out. He was miserable. In the entire Dongxian clan, there were only a few of them left. To the side, there was a young girl with a delicate and beautiful face. Her face was also filled with worry. She was Nalan Ruashi. "Will the young master come?" Nalan Ruashi murmured. She just wanted to see Jun Xiaoyao again. Recommended reading. Load file 2013. Chapter 194. In the Tian Shan continent, the flames of war were everywhere. The immemorial races, led by the Azure Sky Divine Mountain, the Demonic Soul Divine Mountain, and the Southern Meteorite Divine Mountain, came out of the Central Forbidden Land and massacred everywhere. Even a supreme human sect, like the Dongxian Dao sect, was annihilated overnight. For a time, the humans of the entire Tian Shan continent were worried. It was as if they had become fish on the chopping board. That was indeed the case. Wherever the immemorial divine mountain passed, not even a blade of grass grew. All the men of the human race were killed, and the women were reduced to slaves. As a result, many human cultivators were in a hurry to find someone to rely on, and the Nalan clan was undoubtedly the most reliable force. After all, the Nalan family was related to the son of God of the remote antiquity family of the immortal region. No matter how arrogant the immemorial divine mountain was, they should be afraid of the remote antiquity family of the immortal region, right? Just as many of the humans were having such thoughts, the situation was indeed out of their expectations. The Azure Sky Divine Mountain, the Demonic Soul Divine Mountain, the Southern Meteorite Divine Mountain, and the other forces all headed towards the Nalan family's territory. And from the looks of it, they did not seem to be afraid at all. This caused many human cultivators to panic. Could it be that the immemorial divine mountain was not afraid of the descendants of the immortal forces of the immortal region? At this time, many human forces had already gathered at the immemorial divine mountain where the Nalan family was located. And when the Nalan family learned of this news, they were also in a serious mood. The situation they did not want to see the most still happened. It seems that the immemorial divine mountain is coming for the Nailin family. They are approaching us and are the hardest nail. In the Nailin family's main hall, Nailin Jean sighed deeply. Now, the Nailin family was indeed the most glorious family in the Tian Shan continent. Even the Purple Mansion, sacred ground in the lower worlds, followed the Nailin family's lead. However, even with the Nailin family, the Purple Mansion, sacred ground, and many other human forces that had gathered in these days, even if they were tied together, it was still an extremely difficult thing to fight against the immemorial divine mountain. Each lineage of the immemorial divine mountain was extremely powerful and had several saints overseeing it. The number of saints of each major immemorial divine mountain could definitely reach double digits. As for the human clan, the number of saints had yet to exceed 10. The biggest reason for this was that the primordial god mountain's attack was too sudden. Some human saints and demi-saints were caught off guard and killed by the primordial god mountains. In the end, they died with regret. Thus, if this battle were to happen, it would be extremely bad for the Nailin family. Just when the entire Tian Shan land was facing a grim situation, the star land was gradually stabilizing. After the storm in the tenebrous zone passed, the entire star continent became completely peaceful. Jun Xiaoyao also handed over the various resources he had plundered from the Star Palace's treasury to the Black Heaven sect. This further strengthened the foundation and strength of the Shantian sect. However, the Black Heaven sect master told Jun Xiaoyao a piece of news. In the hidden dragon continent, news came from the Dayan dynasty that the sinners were everywhere and that chaos had broken out. However, the good thing was that the Great Yin Empire's foundation was considered the strongest among the 5 great follower forces. Therefore, there wouldn't be too much danger in the short term. However, if it was delayed, it was hard to say what accidents and changes would happen. Understood. After I return to the Tianshan continent to settle some small matters, I will go to the hidden dragon continent, Jun Xiaoyao said. The small matter he was talking about was naturally harvesting linfoam. After the matter of the Starland was completely over, Jun Xiaoyao brought the 9-headed lion, Yu, Su Zichong, and old ancestor Dongxian to the Trans-Realm Teleportation Formation. Relying on the Trans-Realm Teleportation Formation, Jun Xiaoyao and the others returned to the Tianxian continent once again. They stepped onto the shore from the endless sea. A dark glint flashed in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes as soon as he set foot on the continent. Something's not right, Jun Xiaoyao murmured. Master, what's wrong? Su Zichong asked. There's the smell of smoke in the wind, Jun Xiaoyao said. Then they passed by some cities and bases of sects and forces, only to find that they were all in ruins. What's going on? What happened? Old ancestor Dongxian and the others were also confused, especially old ancestor Dongxian. The Tianxian continent was his hometown. Now that his hometown had become like this, he was a little angry. Not long after, Yu found a cultivator who was lucky enough to survive. When the cultivator saw Jun Xiaoyao and the others, he was shocked and stammered. Could you be the son of God of the Jun family? Yes, what happened? Jun Xiaoyao asked. When he heard Jun Xiaoyao admit his identity, the cultivator suddenly burst into tears of joy and wailed. Dead. My senior brothers and senior sisters, master, and the others are all dead. The cultivator cried out. Tell me everything, Jun Xiaoyao said. Then the cultivator told Jun Xiaoyao about the recent turmoil in the Tianxian continent. I see the central forbidden zone, the archaic divine mountain, Jun Xiaoyao murmured. Damn it, those primordial beings in the central forbidden zone are too much. Old ancestor Dongxian was so angry that his face was red, especially when he heard the news of the Dongxian Dao sect's destruction. Old ancestor Dongxian gritted his teeth, wanting nothing more than to exterminate those primordial beings. Let's go to the Nailin family. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was calm, without any ripples. In Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, the suffering and war in the lower realm were like 2 ants fighting in an ant's nest. No matter what, Jun Xiaoyao was still a human. Besides, the Dongxian Dao sect had only gone to destroy the Lin clan because of his orders. Therefore, Jun Xiaoyao could not ignore it. Lin Feng colluded with the primordial beings this time? He's a bit lucky, but unfortunately. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head gently. Even the Archean royalty would not be able to protect Lin Feng, let alone the lower realms' archaic royalty. Jun Xiaoyao and the others hurried to the Naylan family at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, the Naylan family was fully prepared for battle. In the distance, a vast cloud of smoke rose. The earth was shaking like the surface of a drum. They're here. Inside the ancient spirit mountain, a few human cultivators cried out. In the distant sky and horizon, the dark black tide swept over. At a closer look, it was one primordial being after another, and it was not just one faction. Azure Sky Divine Mountain, Demonic Spirit Divine Mountain, Southern Meteor Divine Mountain, Lihui Divine Mountain, every faction of the archaic Divine Mountain was among them, forming a destructive army that swept through all enemies. Naylan Zhan, the Dongxian sect master, and other leaders of the human race also appeared. Some human saints also appeared one after another. However, their numbers were relatively small, and all of them looked extremely solemn. Naylan Ruashi also appeared. There was no fear on her delicate face, and there was also a trace of determination. She did not want Jun Xiaoyao to look down on her and think that she was a cowardly woman. Still looking for sign in for the sacred body of the ancients for free? Baidu directly searched. Easy, very simple. =. Chapter 195. After waiting anxiously for a few days, the creatures from the archaic God Mountains had finally come. Although he had already expected this, when he truly saw the overwhelming number of archaic life forms surging over, he was still shocked. Even Naylan Zhan's hands, which were hidden within his sleeves, were faintly trembling. The scene made people's hearts tremble. It made them feel oppressed and terrified. All the human cultivators looked nervous and panicked. The situation was too hopeless. Celestial demon spiders appeared in the demon spirits' godly mountain. Their chi was monstrous, and their legs were as sharp as black spears. A group of stone giants appeared in the southern meteorite godly mountain. They ran over, and the ground shook as they crashed into mountains. A group of creatures surrounded by flames appeared in the fire godly mountain. They were from the Fire Spirit clan. They were born with an affinity for fire and were very strong. There were also the Azure Sky Great Rocks from the Azure Sky godly mountain. They flapped their azure wings and created a storm. In addition, there were many other godly mountains. All kinds of ancient creatures surrounded the archaic spirit mountain. Is this the last stronghold of the human race? It's going to be destroyed today. A giant golden spider appeared in the demon spirits' godly mountain. It was filled with Saint Chi. That's Ancestor Golden Spider from the demon spirits' godly mountain. Many of the older cultivators gasped. Ancestor Golden Spider was a very senior ancestor of the demon spirits' godly mountain. He had been sleeping for a long time. Nobody would have thought he would appear today. Ancestor Golden Spider alone could probably fight against 2 human saints. A saint from the stone giants of the southern meteorite godly mountains said, "Hurry up and destroy this stronghold. Don't give the human race any hope." That's right. The 10 worlds are in chaos. It's time for the ancient races to rise, said a saint from the Fire Spirit clan from the Fire Godly Mountain. His tone was cold and murderous. When the human cultivators heard the words of the saints from the archaic Godly Mountain, their expressions darkened. In their words, the human race was like animals that could be killed at any time. They didn't care about them at all. At that moment, a young man in a blue robe walked out of the azure sky, Godly Mountain. Naylan clan, do you still remember me? You. Lin Feng. Naylan Ruashi covered her mouth with her hand. Her beautiful eyes were wide open. She was astonished. Hadn't Lin Feng been severely injured by Jun Xiaoyao and was on the verge of death? Logically speaking, with his injuries, it should be impossible for him to survive. When Lin Feng saw that the members of the Nalan clan were astonished, he smiled coldly and said, "Before killing Jun Xiaoyao with my own hands, before taking my revenge on the Nalan clan, how could I, Lin Feng, die?" He looked at the Nalan clan with an extremely cold expression. The Dong Xian Dao sect was just one of Lin Feng's targets. The ones he really wanted to take revenge on were Jun Xiaoyao and the Nalan family. When the human cultivators saw Lin Feng come out of Qing Tian Godly Mountain, they were astonished. Lin Feng was a human. How come he was on the same side as ancient cultivators? When the Dong Xian sect leader saw this, he reacted abruptly, his tone cold as he said through gritted teeth, "Lin Feng, so it's you." He finally understood why the Dong Xian Dao sect had suffered such a sudden and swift attack. It turned out that it was all because of Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled coldly and said, "Indeed, I led Qing Tian Godly Mountain to attack you first because you deserve to die. Lin Feng, you bastard. As a human, you are on the side of ancient cultivators. Yes, you don't deserve to be a human." In the ancient spiritual mountain, many human cultivators were cursing loudly. Lin Feng's face became gloomier and gloomier. He had no choice but to side with the ancient cultivators. Without the help of Qing Tian Godly Mountain, he couldn't take revenge on Jun Xiaoyao and the Nalan family. "Humph, I don't care what you say. You're all going to die anyway." Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. Na Lanzhan stepped out and glanced at the ancient Godly Mountain. He said in a deep voice, "You killed so many people. Aren't you afraid of offending the young master?" Na Lanzhan's words made the noisy world go silent for a moment. All of the archaic life forms knew who the young master that Nalanjan spoke of was. Some of the ancient cultivators looked a little scared. After all, he was the descendant of an immortal group in the celestial region. Everybody was scared. However, most of the primordial beings didn't show much fear on their faces. So what if he's the descendant of an immortal group? The clans of the ancient clan can't control the lower world, not to mention the Archean royalty. Said ancestor Jin Zhu, from demon spirits, Godly Mountain. If they were really scared, they wouldn't have started such a riot. Lin Feng boasted even more shamelessly, "If that Jun Xiaoyao dares to come, I, Lin Feng, will definitely take his head to appease the spirits of the Lin clan in heaven." "How dare you? You can't slander the young master," shouted Nalan Ruashi. To her, Jun Xiaoyao was a symbol of hope and yearning. She would never allow anyone else to say such slanderous things about him. "Nalan Ruashi, you bitch. I will make you pay for what you said," said Lin Feng ferociously. This young girl was supposed to be his fiancée, his slave. But now she was protecting another man. Even if he hated Nalan Ruashi, Lin Feng couldn't let another man steal her heart. "There's no need to talk to ants. Kill." An ancestor from Azure Sky, Godly Mountain attacked. He took the lead, followed by ancestor Jinju, the saint of the Fire Spirit clan, and the other ancient cultivators. Pulling one hair would affect the whole body. A chaotic battle instantly broke out. "Activate the deployment spell!" shouted Nalanjan. Countless deployment spells appeared on the ground of the Nalan clan's ancient spiritual mountain and turned into rings of light. Among them, there were defensive formations as well as offensive formations. However, when facing the menacing army of primeval beings, these formations were at most capable of delaying them, and it was utterly impossible for them to completely obstruct them. "Kill! Kill these ancient cultivators! Either you or I will die in this battle. If we take a step back, we will all die." All the human cultivators attacked. If they didn't attack, they would be slaughtered. "It's futile." The Fire Spirit clan's saint from Li Hu Godly Mountain waved his hand. Endless red flames filled the sky. A saint of the human race had also made a move. However, they were inferior to the ancient God Mountain in terms of numbers and strength. They could only resist. All kinds of martial arts and great spells collided with each other, bursting out endless waves. The ancient spiritual mountain, which was originally beautiful, turned into a scorched earth in an instant. Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. A few human saints were struggling to resist the saints of the ancient God Mountain. The remaining strong cultivators were also fighting in pairs. Lin Feng locked his eyes on Nalan Ruashi. The root of everything started with Nalan Ruashi breaking off the engagement. So Lin Feng wanted to suppress Nalan Ruashi and make her regret her decision. Recommended reading. Load file 2013. Chapter 196. Nalan Ruashi bit her lips when she saw Lin Feng rushing towards her. Her current strength was no longer the same as before. Before Jun Xiaoyao had left, he had given her a lot of resources. Those resources had made Nalan Ruashi's strength rise rapidly. She was almost as strong as the geniuses of the celestial region. Lin Feng released a cosmos gigantic hand strike. He had already collected most of the original energies of the world. Every movement of his seemed to be able to affect the force of heaven and earth. As the seal blasted out, it was as if the entire world was pressing down, and its aura was surging to the extreme. Nalan Ruashi's slender hand was holding a sword. Her sword was extremely sharp. She slashed towards the great cosmos hand. The sound of collision burst forth. Nalan Ruashi's body shook, and she was pushed back a dozen steps. Even though she had become stronger, there was still a big gap between her and Lin Feng. It seems like you haven't improved much with Jun Xiaoyao. He doesn't care about you, Lin Feng said mockingly. Shut up. My prince is very good to me. You can't slander him. Nalan Ruashi ground her teeth and continued attacking. You're the descendant of an immortal group, and you don't dare show up. Are you afraid? Lin Feng said coldly. My prince is powerful. Do you think he cares about a nobody like you all the time? Nalan Ruashi said coldly. She was a kind person and wasn't good at insulting people. But Lin Feng insulted Jun Xiaoyao. Nalan Ruashi couldn't stand it. A nobody? Now I will show you who the real nobody is. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with ferocity. As the saying goes, a strong dragon can't defeat a snake in its old haunts. He was the main character of the Tianxian continent. Even if the descendant of an immortal group came, he wouldn't be as lucky as him. Lin Feng's attack changed again. He threw a punch. He controlled the original energies of heaven and earth. Each punch was extremely powerful. Slash! After the collision, Nalan Ruashi finally couldn't help but cough up blood. She was blown away. Her face was pale. Haha, Nalan Ruashi, where is your prince? Lin Feng laughed wildly. Nalan Ruashi was on the ground. She held her sword with both hands and struggled to get up. The trace of blood at the corner of her lips made her look even more beautiful. Ruashi believes that if young master returns, he can suppress you with one hand. You're courting death. Lin Feng's pride was hurt. He attacked again. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Originally, he only wanted to suppress Nalan Ruashi and then slowly torture her. But now he decided to kill Nalan Ruashi. Miss, be careful. Some of the young cultivators of the Nalan family hurriedly rushed over and stood in front of Nalan Ruashi. Who do you think you are? Scram! Lin Feng waved his hand, and the cultivators of the Nalan clan exploded, blood splashing everywhere. No, Nalan Ruashi felt as if a knife was being twisted in her heart. These were all her clansmen. On the other side, Peng Ling and Peng Fei were also paying attention to Lin Feng. Lin Lang is really amazing. Peng Ling's eyes sparkled. Lin Feng is indeed blessed by the heaven and earth. I think that in a short time he will surpass me, said Peng Fei. After a short time, Lin Feng killed all the cultivators of the Nalan family who were in front of Nalan Ruashi. Nalan Jan and the other strong cultivators of the Nalan family were also entangled by the ancient, godly mountain cultivators. They couldn't escape. Nalan Ruashi, all this tragedy started when you broke off the engagement. Do you regret it now? If you regret it, I can spare your life, said Lin Feng icily. He wanted Nalan Ruashi to lower her head and submit to him. He wanted her to regret her decision. Nalan Ruashi glanced around. Another human saint had been besieged by the saints of the ancient, godly mountain. Nalan Jan and the others wouldn't be able to last much longer. The destruction of the human race was only a matter of time. But in such a desperate situation, Nalan Ruashi's beautiful eyes were still filled with determination. I, Nalan Ruashi, will never regret my decision to break off the engagement. Even if I had to do it again 10,000 times, I would never marry you, shouted Nalan Ruashi. Damn it! Lin Feng was instantly furious. That woman looked beautiful on the outside, but on the inside, she was so stubborn that she didn't even care about her own life. Lin Feng threw a punch at Nalan Ruashi. Nalan Ruashi knew she couldn't resist, but she still raised her sword and wanted to attack. However, at that moment, Peng Fei, who was in midair, suddenly felt a terrifying undulation sweeping over from afar. What's that? Did a saint attack? Peng Fei was astonished. In the distance, a sword light tore through the clouds and streaked across the sky. Wherever it passed, the void collapsed. That sword light was moving towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's facial expression suddenly changed. His eyes were wide open as if they were going to pop out of their sockets. He hastily turned around to block the attack. Original strength of the world emerged and turned into a 5-colored vortex in front of him. However, even with the protection of the world origin energy, the might of the sword ray was simply unable to eliminate it. Lin Feng was pushed back 100 zhang and coughed up blood. How's that possible? Peng Ling's beautiful face paled. In her eyes, Lin Feng was the strongest cultivator of the younger generation. Surprisingly, he was pushed back. Peng Fei was also astonished as he gazed into the distance. Lin Feng, you really want to die? An indifferent voice sounded. When he heard that familiar voice, Lin Feng's facial expression changed to one of hatred. Jun, Xiao, Yao. In the distance, Jun Xiaoyao was flying through the air. His white robe fluttered in the wind. He looked like a celestial being. Next to him were Yu, the 9-headed lion, Su Ziqiong, ancestor Dongxian, and the others. The son of God of the Jun clan. The son of God of the Jun clan is here. Great, we're going to save him. All the human cultivators were so excited that they started cheering. At that moment, Jun Xiaoyao was like a savior, a ray of light in a hopeless situation. As long as he was there, the human race wouldn't be destroyed. Jun Xiaoyao didn't pay attention to those excited and respectful gazes. He hadn't come just to be a savior. The most important thing was to harvest the chives. Are you all right? Jun Xiaoyao glanced at Nalan Ruashi and asked. Thank you for your concern, Master. I'm fine. Nalan Ruashi was so excited that her face was red. Jun Xiaoyao nodded indifferently and turned to Lin Feng. A faint smile appeared in his eyes. As expected, Lin Feng didn't let him down. The surging world source energy caused the surrounding space to faintly distort. No wonder Lin Feng was the main character of the Tianxian continent. When Lin Feng saw Jun Xiaoyao, his eyes were filled with hatred. When enemies met, their eyes turned red. Jun Xiaoyao, you're finally here. I thought you were going to be a coward, Lin Feng said coldly. The rain is over, and the sky is clear. Do you think you can do it again? Jun Xiaoyao tilted his head and looked at Lin Feng as if he were an idiot. Die. Lin Feng flew into a rage out of humiliation. He attacked directly, the original strength of his world bursting out and bombarding Jun Xiaoyao. When Jun Xiaoyao saw this, he didn't even bother using the coiling Emperor Time Sword. Instead, he punched out with the strength of the hell-crushing divine elephant and the strength of the 70 zenith immortal bones. Immortal light surged, and the void exploded. Boom! Lin Feng was sent flying, coughing up blood. His body flew in a parabola and crashed into the ground. Recommended reading: Load File 2013. Chapter 197. Lin Feng was stupefied. Completely stupefied. He didn't even have time to react. When he came back to his senses, he was already in the ground. Who am I? Where am I? What happened? Lin Feng was completely confused. Not only him, but Peng Ling, Peng Fei, and the others were also stupefied. Lin Feng. Peng Ling's face was pale. In Peng Ling's mind, Lin Feng was invincible among the young generation. Even her brother Peng Fei couldn't suppress Lin Feng. And now, Lin Feng was blown away by a young man in white clothes. Is that the divine child of the Jun family? Peng Fei asked with a serious look in his eyes. Even he found it difficult to suppress Lin Feng. Yet Jun Xiaoyao was able to do so easily. Didn't that mean that Peng Fei wasn't as good as Jun Xiaoyao? Lin Feng, your greatest value is to be harvested by me. Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. Defeating Lin Feng wasn't a big deal for him. He didn't feel proud of himself either. Jun Xiaoyao stretched out his hand again and grabbed Lin Feng. No. Peng Ling attacked. Her blue wings flapped and she turned into a blue light. She wanted to save Lin Feng. No wonder you're the main character of the universe. You have a woman so quickly. Jun Xiaoyao smiled indifferently. Then he slapped her. Pa! Peng Ling's entire body was smashed into a bloody pulp by Jun Xiaoyao and she died. Little Ling. Lin Feng, who was on the ground, roared when he saw this. Even though he wanted to use Qing Tian Godly Mountain to get his revenge, Peng Ling's love and care for him had indeed moved Lin Feng. But now, Jun Xiaoyao had smashed Peng Ling into a bloody pulp in front of him. First, it was his childhood sweetheart, Ziyan, then Peng Ling. 2 of his women had died because of Jun Xiaoyao, including Nailan Ruashi, who could have been a slave. There were 3. Lin Feng was going crazy. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Little Ling. Peng Fei and the members of Qing Tian Godly Mountain were just as furious as Lin Feng. Peng Ling was Azure Sky Divine Mountain's proud daughter of heaven. Now, she was slapped to death by Jun Xiaoyao with 1 slap. Jun Xiaoyao, pay for my sister's life. Peng Fei's hair stood on end in anger. His eyes were scarlet red as he angrily attacked. He lashed out with a punch. His green power surged, conjuring a shadow of the Azure Skyrock as he charged at Jun Xiaoyao. When Jun Xiaoyao saw this, a hint of contempt appeared in his eyes as he said, "This son of God doesn't even care about the golden-winged Great Peng, let alone you, the Azure Sky Great Peng. Arrogant, golden-winged rock isn't someone you can handle." Peng Fei shouted angrily. This time, Jun Xiaoyao put away the coiling Emperor Time sword. He took out the exterminating Tyrant Saint King glove and put it on his right hand. The power of the godly mark, purple gold, filled the air and strengthened Jun Xiaoyao's fist. He punched out and said casually, "Golden-winged rock, you're just a loser." Boom! After putting on the exterminating Tyrant Saint King glove, Jun Xiaoyao became a one-punch superhuman. With this punch, Peng Fei's entire body was torn into pieces. Blood splattered everywhere, and one of his punching arms exploded into a bloody mist. What did you say? Golden-winged rock? At the last moment of his life, Peng Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. Just what kind of terrifying character did he provoke? Plop! Peng Fei's body fell from the sky. He couldn't be more dead. Jun Xiaoyao had killed the 2 most outstanding disciples of Qing Tian Godly Mountain in 2 moves. This caused the chaotic battlefield to quieten down. The members of Qing Tian Godly Mountain were even more stunned. The most outstanding disciple of Qing Tian Godly Mountain had died just like that? How? How is this possible? Lin Feng was shaking from head to toe. How strong was Jun Xiaoyao? Romance 888, was he still human? Jun Xiaoyao took advantage of the fact that the crowd hadn't reacted. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Lin Feng. Lin Feng's whole body was grabbed by the golden hand. He couldn't move. Jun Xiaoyao, you. Lin Feng's face turned red. He was about to suffocate. Before you die, I, the Son of God, will tell you something, Jun Xiaoyao said coldly. You want to kill me? Lin Feng's teeth were chattering. Lin Feng finally understood what it meant to be afraid when he was about to die. Before, he had been protected by the earth and sky. But after meeting Jun Xiaoyao, it was the beginning of a nightmare. You may be the main character of the earth and sky, but the earth and sky are in the palm of the Son of God. As soon as Jun Xiaoyao's voice fell, he stretched out his hand and grasped at the void. The giant golden hand also suddenly closed at the same time. Crack! Blood splattered everywhere, and the sound of bones breaking rang out. Lin Feng's whole body was crushed into meat paste. He couldn't be more dead. The second main character of the earth and sky died at the hands of Jun Xiaoyao. A large mass of Tianqian continent's world origin emerged. Jun Xiaoyao directly put it into his spatial magic tool. In addition to the small mass of world origin he had obtained from Lin Feng before, the origin of the Tianqian continent could be considered collected. Now he already had 2 masses of world origin of the Tianqian continent and the Star continent. It wasn't until Jun Xiaoyao crushed Lin Feng to death that everyone came back to their senses. Die, young man! The saint of Qing Tian, godly mountain roared. The power of the saint plane burst out and crushed toward Jun Xiaoyao. Impudent, Patriarch Dongxian also burst out with the power of the saint plane and blocked the attack of the saint of Qing Tian, godly mountain. Descendant of the clan of the ancients of the immortal region, you are too arrogant. In this situation, you alone can't reverse the situation. Patriarch Golden Spider of the demonic, godly mountain said coldly. Hearing this, the human cultivators came to their senses. Indeed, although Jun Xiaoyao had come, he could only defeat his peers. At most, he could challenge those of a few levels higher. However, facing a pre-saint and saint, he was still unable to make ends meet. As for his servants, there were only 2 saints and 1 demi-saint. Although they were of some help to the battle, they still didn't have enough people to completely solve the problem. On the primordial, godly mountain side, there were double digits of saints. The hearts of Nail and John and the others sank slightly. At this time, Patriarch Golden Spider spoke again. Considering that you are the descendant of the clan of the ancients of the upper realm, if you don't interfere in the battle, the primordial godly mountain can forgive your offense. These words once again made Nail and John, Dongxian sect master, and the others' expressions change. Was he threatening Jun Xiaoyao not to interfere? Young master! Nailin Ruashi's heart tightened. However, she still believed that Jun Xiaoyao wouldn't abandon them. Jun Xiaoyao chuckled. Since this son of God was born, there haven't been many who dared to threaten me like this. Who do you think you are, Spider? Little beast, you're courting death. Patriarch Golden Spider's 8 compound eyes spat fire at Huang Xiaolong's words. The heavenly demon spiders were bloodthirsty and violent by nature. Patriarch Golden Spider felt that Jun Xiaoyao's identity was a little troublesome, so he was willing to take a step back. He didn't expect to be mocked by Jun Xiaoyao in such a tone. He stretched out one of his spider legs like a sharp golden spear, thrusting it at Jun Xiaoyao. Die! Patriarch Golden Spider let out a shrill cry. At this time, Patriarch Golden Spider saw the mocking expression in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. He couldn't understand how a person could still show such an expression when death was at hand. However, in the next moment, Patriarch Golden Spider understood. 6 spatial rifts appeared in the void around him. 6 fists carrying the power of the saint realm bombarded Patriarch golden spider at the same time. Chapter 198. 6 cold fists with a metallic luster blasted out of the spatial rifts. Every punch carried a terrifying power that could shatter a 10,000-foot-tall mountain. Even a saint would explode from this punch. Patriarch Golden Spider let out a shrill shriek of extreme terror. Just one fist was enough to make his hair stand on end, not to mention 6 fists coming at him at the same time. Furthermore, they were coming from all directions. Patriarch Golden Spider had no place to retreat. It was only then that he realized what the hint of mockery in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes meant. "Little bastard, you're so cunning." Patriarch Golden Spider roared as his body glowed with a golden light. Countless spider webs appeared and circled around his body, trying to weave a layer of defense. However, because he was caught off guard and the speed of the fists was too fast, he had no time to defend himself. Boom! 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 6 deafening explosions rang out almost at the same time. At the same time, Patriarch Golden Spider's blood-curdling scream rang out. That miserable scream was so tragic that it made those who heard it feel sad and shed tears. In the next second, Patriarch Golden Spider's huge spider body landed heavily on the ground. Almost all of his 8 spider legs were broken, and there were several holes in the carapace on his body. All kinds of blood and bodily fluids flowed out of the bloody holes. The great Patriarch Golden Spider of the demonic spirits' divine mountain was seriously injured and on the verge of death. He had completely lost his ability to fight. This sudden scene caused the minds of the gods of the primordial divine mountain to short-circuit. What the hell was going on? At this moment, everyone's eyes suddenly turned to the 6 spatial rifts. 6 silhouettes with glittering starlight and metallic luster stepped out of the spatial rift. Each figure was tall and majestic, exuding the aura of a saint. They were the star splitter god puppets that Jun Xiaoyao had obtained from the Astral Palace's treasury. The star splitter god puppets were famous for their ability to split stars. With a single punch, they could shatter stars. One could imagine how powerful the 6-star splitter god puppets were when they attacked at the same time. The fact that Patriarch Golden Spider hadn't been smashed to death was somewhat unexpected to Jun Xiaoyao. But now, there wasn't much difference whether Patriarch Golden Spider was dead or alive. Are these 6 puppets? 6 saint-level puppets. Oh my god! All the human cultivators were shocked by Jun Xiaoyao's display. 6 saint-level puppets in one move. It was almost unimaginable in the lower realm. In the 10 realms, it was difficult to find anyone else with such a foundation, apart from someone like Infinite Star-Lord. In the end, Jun Xiaoyao had Golden Spider's nest. Old ancestor. Demonic soul divine mountain's creatures cried out in alarm, about to take action to provide assistance. But Patriarch Golden Spider's was Golden Spider's. The 6-star shattering divine puppets attacked again, smashing Patriarch Golden Spider into a pile of meat paste. No, the demonic soul divine mountain creature cried out in grief. The heavens, the human cultivators', the human saints were also overjoyed. Patriarch Heavens's too. Together with Patriarch Dongxian and the others, they had 8 saints' strength. This could definitely decide the outcome of this war. Not to mention, these 6-star shattering divine puppets were invulnerable, and their physiques were invincible. A star-splitting divine puppet was enough to stop 2 saints of the primordial divine mountain. Kill! Jun Xiaoyao commanded the 6 god puppets to attack at the same time. Their auras surged and their fists were shocking. Jun Xiaoyao had thousands of star cores, which were more than enough to sustain the consumption of the star-splitting divine puppet. Kill! It's time for the human race to fight back. It's time to let these primordial creature bastards know the power of the human race. Long live the Son of God. With the Son of God here, the human race has nothing to worry about. Jun Xiaoyao had become the stabilizing force of the human race. It was as if as long as he was here, all difficulties could be solved. That was indeed the case. The living beings of the primordial divine mountain began to panic. The situation had almost reversed. The 6 star-shattering god puppets were invulnerable as they swept through the area. None of the saints of the primordial divine mountains were willing to face them. Who would be willing to use their own lives to fight to the death with a puppet? It was precisely because of this that the saints of the primordial divine mountain retreated in defeat and began to prepare to leave. With the top forces retreating, there was no need to even mention the lower forces. They began to crumble. Countless living beings of the primordial divine mountain were killed, and blood flowed like rivers. Previously, they were butchers, and the human cultivators were fish on the chopping block. Now, the situation had reversed, and the primordial creatures had become fish on the chopping block. Jun Xiaoyao was not idle either. Every time he punched out, the void would shatter. His fist light was shocking, and a group of primordial creatures were smashed into pieces. Soon, the primordial divine mountain could not hold on any longer. Another saint died under the punches of the god puppets. They began to cry out in fear and turned to flee. Many primordial creatures looked at Jun Xiaoyao with unprecedented fear, as if they were looking at the king of hell. Jun Xiaoyao was the nightmare of the primordial divine mountain. Next, this great battle lasted for a few days and nights. The human cultivators chased them all the way and scattered the primordial divine mountain in all directions. Wherever they passed, blood flowed like rivers. However, the vast majority of them were living beings of the primordial divine mountain. They began to retreat back to the central forbidden land and shivered. The human race had won an unprecedented victory. Nalan family, primordial divine mountain. Looking over, although it was a mess, the faces of the cultivators carried joy from the bottom of their hearts. For the first time, the human cultivators of the Tianxian land stood up. The place where the primordial divine mountain was located was called the Forbidden Land. Human cultivators would die if they stepped in. Yet now, these living beings of the Forbidden Land were fleeing like rats while being chased by the human cultivators. This feeling was King awesome, and all of this was thanks to Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao was the savior of all human cultivators in the entire Tianxian land. In the vast hall of the Nalan family, Jun Xiaoyao sat at the head of the table. Below him, many leaders of the Tianxian land forces stood densely. There were sacred lords of sacred grounds, masters of reclusive aristocratic families, sect masters, and leaders of major sections. At this moment, they all bowed to Jun Xiaoyao with cupped fists. The human race of the Tianxian land thanks the son of God of the Jun family for his great kindness. We will never forget this kindness. Everyone's voices were deafening. They were sincerely grateful from the bottom of their hearts. You don't have to be like this. Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand. In fact, he was not some savior of the world. It was purely for his own benefit. From now on, the human race of the Tianxian land will follow the lead of the Son of God. Dongxian's sect master was the first to speak. That's right, that's right. From now on, the entire continent will obey the orders of the Son of God. The Son of God is the master of the Tianxian land. All the sacred lords, sect masters, and sect masters echoed in unison. There was still a trace of doubt in Nalan Zhan's eyes as he said, "May I ask the Son of God, although we won the battle this time, the immemorial divine mountain still preserved a portion of their combat power. If they wait for the Son of God to leave and come back for revenge," Nalan Zhan did not continue. The atmosphere also fell into silence for a moment. Indeed, with Jun Xiaoyao around, they could win a complete victory. But what if Jun Xiaoyao left? He was from the immortal region. He could not stay in the Tianxian land forever, right? Don't worry, everyone. This Son of God has already thought of a solution for this matter. Chapter 199. Jun Xiaoyao knew that he was not a good person. However, Jun Xiaoyao was not stingy about doing something so effortless that he could help others without much effort. Moreover, the entire Tianxian continent was in the hands of the human cultivators, which was equivalent to being in the hands of Jun Xiaoyao. In the future, the Jun family could even use the Tianxian continent as their base in the lower realm. This was equivalent to taking over a piece of territory. First of all, after I leave the Tianxian continent, these 6-star splitting divine puppets will be left behind and handed over to trusted human cultivators to control. The first thing Jun Xiaoyao said was enough to render everyone speechless. 6 Saint Realm puppets were given away just like that. This was simply unimaginable to these cultivators of the lower realm. If a star-splitting divine puppet was born, it would probably stir up a storm in the entire continent. However, Jun Xiaoyao casually agreed to give away 6 divine puppets. Lord Son of God, this is too precious. That's right. These 6-star splitting divine puppets are your personal belongings. How can we take them? Many patriarchs and sacred masters spoke up. Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand and said, "Do you think that this son of God will lack puppets?" Jun Xiaoyao's words shut their mouths. Indeed, if Jun Xiaoyao wanted puppets, not to mention the Saint Realm, the Jun family would even give him top-notch puppets of the Saint King Realm, or even the Supreme Saint Realm. However, the problem was that there was no need for that. After Jun Xiaoyao returned to the Celestial Realm, he naturally had Tao Protector Agio and the others secretly protecting him. There was no need for him to use puppets to protect himself. Therefore, after Jun Xiaoyao returned to the Celestial Realm, the star-splitting divine puppets lost their use. Instead of throwing them into a spatial artifact to collect dust, it was better to give them to the human cultivators of the Tianxian continent. After the explanation, many cultivators revealed looks of joy. With 6-star splitting divine puppets, the primordial divine mountain would have to think twice if they wanted to do anything. Jun Xiaoyao continued, "Apart from this, I will also contact the mysterious sky sect in the star continent. From the star continent to the profound sky continent, there's a trans-realm teleportation formation. It's quite convenient. The Black Heaven sect also listens to the Son of God's orders. When the time comes, if there's any movement from the primordial God mountain, we can also ask the Black Heaven sect to send experts to help," Jun Xiaoyao said. As for why Jun Xiaoyao didn't directly go to the central forbidden area and destroy all the living beings of the primordial God mountain, the reason was simple: trouble. Jun Xiaoyao did not like trouble, so he left it to the cultivators of the Tianxian continent to deal with. Jun Xiaoyao also believed that they could handle it well. If the cultivators of the Tianxian land could not deal with the immemorial divine mountain with such help, then they deserved to be annihilated. After hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, the martial artists of the Tianxian land were completely reassured. 6-star splitting divine puppets and the support of the Black Heaven sect, the immemorial divine mountain would not be able to stir up any trouble. They could only hide and seek survival. Moreover, Jun Xiaoyao's deterrence and influence could last for a long time. It might become a shadow and nightmare that those living beings of the immemorial divine mountain could not erase for the rest of their lives. At this point, the matter between the Tianxian land and the star continent could be considered to have come to an end. However, Jun Xiaoyao's matter was not over yet. Firstly, he still had to go to the Dayan dynasty of the hidden dragon continent to pacify the rest of the sinners. Secondly, he wanted to see if he could find the remaining 10 heaven-defying children. To be honest, Jun Xiaoyao initially came with the mentality of taking in underlings. However, these children of destiny did not have the life of a main character, but they had the illness of a main character. Each of them was arrogant and self-important. Jun Xiaoyao was helpless and could only teach them how to behave. However, if possible, Jun Xiaoyao still wanted to take in a few heaven-defying children. Thirdly, he wanted to find as many world origins as possible. Fourthly, Jun Xiaoyao did not forget about the second volume of the physical book. Fifthly, he wanted to find the crack of the 10 worlds enter the altar of martyrs, and walk his own path. Sixthly, he wanted to find Jun Wanjia's sister. Jun Xiaoyao carefully sorted out his thoughts and realized that he still had so many things to do. This gave Jun Xiaoyao a headache. He also rested at the Nailan family for a few days. In these few days, Nailan Ruashi had been taking care of Jun Xiaoyao's daily life. Even when Jun Xiaoyao took a bath, Nailan Ruashi would take the initiative to serve him by massaging his shoulders and back. As for what she used to scrub his back, of course it was something soft. Nailan Ruashi had done her best to serve Jun Xiaoyao. She served him well in all aspects, making him feel very comfortable. Jun Xiaoyao was also happy to enjoy it. He was not an ascetic cultivator with a pure heart and few desires. As for why Jun Xiaoyao had never taken the initiative to get close to any woman, it was because no woman had the right to make Jun Xiaoyao take the initiative to express his goodwill. There were too few women in the world who were worthy of him. However, these few days had been hard on Su Ziqiang. She was about to turn into a resentful housewife. Even her job of serving Jun Xiaoyao had been taken away by Nailan Ruashi. These few days were the few days that Jun Xiaoyao had been relaxed and content since he had descended to the lower realm. However, these few days were the only time he could relax. What should be done still had to be done. On this day, Jun Xiaoyao summoned old ancestor Dongxian and the rest. As they were the most familiar with the lower realm, Jun Xiaoyao had some things to ask them. We should be going to the Qianlong continent next. Can we reach there through the trans-realm transportation formation? Jun Xiaoyao asked. Old ancestor Dongxian shook his head slightly and said, Son of God, the Tianqin continent and the astral continent should not be able to reach the Qianlong continent directly. We might have to transfer to other continents along the way, and then to the Qianlong continent. I see. Very well, let's make some preparations and depart tomorrow, Jun Xiaoyao said. Old ancestor Dongxian and the rest nodded. The next day, Jun Xiaoyao set off again with the 9-headed lion, Yu, Su Ziqiang, and old ancestor Dongxian. Many cultivators of the Tianqin continent greeted them respectfully. Young master, Ruashi will wait for your return. Take me to the immortal realm. Nailan Ruashi murmured reluctantly. Just as Jun Xiaoyao and the rest were about to set off again, the Qianlong continent's turmoil had begun. Various forces were rebelling, and the sinners were rising. Dozens of wars, big and small, had been fought. The entire Qianlong continent, the eastern lands, the Nanling Mountains, the Western Barren, and the northern plains were all engulfed in the flames of war. The Dayan dynasty had also sent out an army to suppress the rebellion and launch a war against the sinners. In these battles, there was a prince whose performance exceeded everyone's expectations in the Dayan dynasty. Even the royal lords of Dayan were very surprised. That prince was the 16th prince, Feng Han. Almost everyone in the Dayan dynasty knew about the silly 16th prince. However, his performance in the battles became more and more shocking, and his strength grew stronger and stronger. He even surpassed all of his siblings. Even Juning was very surprised. In her heart, she was also happy for Feng Han's change. However, Feng Han's ambition did not stop there. He wanted to defeat the sinners, become a hero in the eyes of the world, and win Juning-er's favor. Didn't Juning-er say that she hoped that the person she loved would be a hero in a white robe? Then Feng Han would have to be that hero. Recommended reading. Load file 2013.